I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The shadow of the lineage. Laura Martinez had always felt a strange tension in the air when her family gathered. It wasn't just the eerie silence that filled the room during their rare reunions, or the way her aunts and uncles exchanged knowing glances when they thought no one was looking. It was something deeper, something unspoken, like a dark secret etched into the very fabric of their lineage. Growing up, she had heard the whisper stories of tragic, inexplicable deaths that seemed to follow the Martinez family like a plague. When she was a child, she had dismissed them as morbid fairy tales, the kind of stories older relatives told to scare the younger ones. But as she grew older, the whispers began to feel heavier, more real. On her 29th birthday, Laura found herself standing in the dimly lit attic of her late grandmother's house. The air was thick with dust, and the wooden beams creaked under her weight as she moved through the cluttered space. She hadn't planned on spending her birthday sifting through old boxes, but her grandmother's passing the previous month had left her with a sense of urgency. There were things she needed to know, questions that had gnawed at her for years. It was in the corner of the attic, beneath a pile of moth-eaten blankets, that she found a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and faded with age. The moment her fingers brushed against it, a cold shiver ran down her spine. She hesitated, feeling as though the journal itself was alive, somehow aware of her presence. But curiosity won out, and she carried it to the small attic window, where the fading light of the sun could illuminate its pages. The first entry was dated over a century ago, written in a shaky, frantic hand. The words were almost illegible, but Laura could make out the name Ignacio Martinez, her great-great-grandfather. The entry spoke of a pact, a deal made in desperation to save the family from ruin. Laura's pulse quickened as she turned the pages, each one detailing the lives and deaths of the Martinez family members who had come after Ignacio. Her grandfather, found hanging from a tree despite having no history of depression. Her aunt, who had been crushed by a falling beam in a house with no structural issues. Her cousin, who had mysteriously drowned in a shallow river. Each death was marked by a single chilling detail. They had all occurred on their 30th birthday. Laura's hands began to tremble as she flipped to the final entry, written by her grandmother just days before her own death. The handwriting was shaky, the ink smudged as though written in haste. "The curse will take me, as it took the others," her grandmother had written. "I fear I cannot escape it. But Laura, my dear Laura, you must. You must find a way to break the chain. The journal holds the answers, but be warned the darkness will not release its hold easily." The words echoed in Laura's mind as she closed the journal, her heart pounding in her chest. She had always sensed that something was wrong, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. Her grandmother's warning felt like a storm cloud looming over her, heavy with dread. She had 1 year left, 1 year before her 30th birthday, before the curse claimed her as it had claimed so many others. For a long time, Laura sat in silence, the journal clutched tightly in her hands. The attic felt colder now, the shadows deeper. She knew she couldn't ignore this, couldn't pretend it wasn't real. If the curse was real, then she had no choice but to face it. As she descended the creaking attic stairs, the journal tucked under her arm, Laura made a silent vow. She would uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. She would find a way to break the curse, even if it meant confronting the darkness that had haunted her family for generations. But as she stepped into the dimly lit hallway below, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The air seemed to grow heavier, the shadows stretching toward her like grasping hands. Laura quickened her pace, clutching the journal tightly as she made her way to the front door. She didn't know it yet, but the curse was already stirring, its malevolent presence awakening. The journal was more than just a record of her family's dark past. It was a key, and in her hands, she had unlocked something far more dangerous than she could have imagined. That night, Laura couldn't sleep. The journal lay on her bedside table, its presence a constant reminder of the horrors it contained. She stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with questions she couldn't answer. What had her ancestor done to bring such a curse upon the family? How could she possibly break it? And what would happen if she failed? The weight of it all pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. She must have drifted off at some point, because suddenly she was standing in a forest, a dark, endless expanse of twisted trees and suffocating shadows. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath her feet felt spongy, as if it might collapse at any moment. Laura glanced around, her heart pounding. She had never been here before, yet something about it felt familiar, as if she had been here in her nightmares. A chilling whisper cut through the silence, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was her name, drawn out in a hiss that made her skin crawl. Laura froze, her eyes darting around the forest. The shadows seemed to shift and move, coalescing into something solid, something alive. Then she saw it, a figure cloaked in darkness, its form constantly shifting as though it were made of smoke. Its eyes glowed like embers, piercing through the gloom as it stared at her. Laura wanted to run, but her legs refused to move. She was rooted to the spot, her body betraying her as the figure began to advance. The voice came again, louder now, a cacophony of whispers that echoed in her mind. "You cannot escape," it said, its tone both mocking and menacing. "Your blood is mine. Your life is mine." Laura's breath came in shallow gasps as the figure closed the distance between them. She could feel its presence now, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to sap the warmth from her body. It reached out a hand, or what passed for a hand, and brushed her cheek with icy fingers. The touch sent a jolt of pain through her, sharp and burning. Laura stumbled back, but the forest seemed to close in around her, the trees leaning closer as if to trap her. The figure loomed over her, its eyes boring into hers. "You will die," it hissed, as they all did. In that moment, Laura saw her death. She felt it, the searing pain, the crushing weight of inevitability. It was as if she were living it, every agonizing second. She couldn't scream, couldn't move. All she could do was watch as the darkness consumed her. She woke with a start, her body drenched in sweat. The room was dark, but she could still feel the lingering presence of the figure. Its icy touch burned into her skin. She reached up to touch her cheek, half expecting to find frost or scars, but her skin was unmarked. Still, the pain was real, a deep ache that seemed to radiate from her chest. Laura scrambled to turn on the lamp beside her bed, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the switch. The light was a small comfort, but it did little to dispel the dread that clung to her. She glanced at the journal, her heart sinking. It had been real, the forest, the figure, the voice. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she was certain it hadn't been just a dream. She got out of bed and paced the room, her mind racing. The curse was real, and it was coming for her. The figure in the forest, what was it? The entity her ancestor had made a pact with? It had seemed so alive, so aware of her. And it had shown her death, not as a warning, but as a promise. Laura's thoughts turned to Carlos, her childhood friend. He was a historian, someone who might be able to help her make sense of the journal and the curse. She knew she couldn't do this alone. But as she reached for her phone to call him, she hesitated. Would he even believe her? And if he did, would he be willing to risk getting involved in something so dangerous? By the time the sun began to rise, Laura had made up her mind. She would meet with Carlos, show him the journal, and tell him everything. She had no other choice. The curse was real, and it was coming for her. She could feel it, like a storm on the horizon, growing closer with each passing day. But as she sat at her kitchen table, the journal open in front of her, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper, darker, as if something lingered just out of sight. Laura clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She wouldn't let the curse take her. She would fight it, no matter the cost. The following morning, Laura sat across from Carlos at a small cafe on the edge of town. The place was nearly empty, save for a few elderly regulars sipping coffee in the corner. Laura had chosen it for its quiet atmosphere, knowing the conversation ahead would require privacy. Carlos looked at her with a mix of curiosity and concern, his dark eyes narrowing as she slid the journal across the table. She had known Carlos since childhood. He was the kind of person who thrived on solving mysteries, his passion for history and the occult often leading him down bizarre rabbit holes. If anyone could help her make sense of the journal, it was him. But as she began to explain everything, the curse, the deaths, the dream, she could see the doubt creeping into his expression. He flipped through the journal's pages, his fingers brushing over the faded ink. "Laura," he said finally, his voice cautious, "I don't want to dismiss this, but are you sure this isn't just some elaborate family myth? Or maybe your grandmother's way of dealing with grief?" Laura shook her head, her hands gripping the edge of the table. "It's not a myth, Carlos. I've seen it, felt it. That thing, that entity, it came to me in a dream. It told me I was going to die." Her voice trembled, but she forced herself to stay composed. She needed him to believe her. Carlos frowned, his gaze returning to the journal. He flipped to the page where her grandmother's final entry was scrawled, his expression darkening as he read it. "Okay," he said slowly, "let's say this is real. What exactly are we dealing with? Some kind of vengeful spirit? A demon?" Laura shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. The journal mentions a pact, but it doesn't say what the entity is or how it operates. All I know is that it's been taking my family members for generations, and I'm next." Carlos leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his dark, tousled hair. "All right," he said finally. "I'll help you. But we need to approach this carefully. If this thing is real, we don't want to provoke it until we know more." Over the next few days, they threw themselves into the investigation. Carlos used his connections to access old church records and historical archives, while Laura scoured the journal for any clues she might have missed. They worked late into the night, piecing together the history of the Martinez family and the events that had led to the curse. The more they uncovered, the more chilling the story became. Ignacio Martinez, Laura's ancestor, had been a desperate man. In the mid-1800s, he had lost everything: his land, his money, his reputation. Desperate to save his family from ruin, he had turned to dark practices, performing a forbidden ritual in a secluded forest outside their small town in Mexico. The details of the ritual were unclear, but the result was unmistakable. Ignacio had made a pact with an entity, trading the souls of his descendants for wealth and power. Laura felt a growing sense of dread as the pieces fell into place. The curse wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a calculated punishment, a way for the entity to claim what it had been promised. And now, after generations of suffering, it was coming for her. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of research, Carlos turned to her with a solemn expression. "Laura," he said quietly, "if we're going to break this curse, we need to be prepared for the possibility that it won't be easy. This entity, it's not just going to let go of you. It's going to fight back." Laura nodded, her stomach churning at the thought. She had already felt the entity's presence, its malevolence seeping into her dreams and her waking hours. She knew Carlos was right, this was going to be a battle. But she also knew she couldn't back down. As they continued their investigation, Laura couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Shadows seemed to linger at the edges of her vision, and the air often felt unnaturally cold. Once, while working late in Carlos's apartment, they both heard a faint, guttural whisper from the hallway outside. Carlos had grabbed a baseball bat and opened the door, but there was no one there. Despite the growing sense of danger, Laura refused to give up. She had too much to lose: her life, her future, everything her family had suffered for. She was determined to find a way to break the curse, no matter the cost. But as the days turned into weeks, the line between reality and nightmare began to blur. Laura's dreams grew more vivid, more horrifying. The entity's presence became more tangible, its whispers more insistent. She knew time was running out. She just didn't realize how close it was. Laura and Carlos stood in the dimly lit town square of San Rafael, a small, forgotten village nestled in the mountains of central Mexico. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and wood smoke, and the cobblestone streets were eerily quiet. This was where it had all begun, where her ancestor Ignacio Martinez had made his fatal pact with the entity. The journey here had been grueling, but Laura knew they had to come. If there was any hope of breaking the curse, they needed to confront its origin. The villagers eyed them with suspicion as they made their way to the local church, a crumbling structure that loomed over the town like a sentinel. Its stone walls were cracked and weathered, and the iron cross atop its spire was rusted and bent. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the stained glass windows casting dim, colorful light across the pews. An elderly priest approached them, his face lined with age and his eyes sharp with curiosity. "You are not from here," he said in Spanish, his voice soft but firm. Laura explained their purpose, her words halting as she struggled to find the right phrasing. When she mentioned Ignacio Martinez, the priest's expression darkened. "The Martinez family," he said slowly, his gaze lingering on Laura. "Their story is well known here, though it is not spoken of lightly. What they awakened, it lingers still." He gestured for them to follow him, leading them to a small room at the back of the church where ancient records were stored. The priest pulled a dusty ledger from the shelves, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. "This is the record of the events from that time," he explained, opening it to a page marked with faded ink. The entry detailed the fall of Ignacio Martinez, his descent into desperation, his forbidden rituals, and the pact he had made with the entity. Laura's heart sank as she read the words. The entity had not been summoned. It had been awakened. It was older than the town, older than the church, something ancient and malevolent that had slumbered beneath the earth. Ignacio had called it forth, offering the souls of his descendants in exchange for power. The priest's voice grew somber as he continued. "The entity is not easily appeased. It feeds on suffering, on fear. Those who try to defy it, they do not survive." He looked at Laura with a mixture of pity and apprehension. "If the curse has come for you, there is little you can do." Laura refused to accept his words. "There has to be a way," she said, her voice trembling with determination. "Some kind of ritual, a counterspell. Anything." The priest hesitated, then nodded. "There is a legend," he said slowly. "A way to sever the bond between the entity and its victim. But it is dangerous, and it requires a great sacrifice." He explained that the ritual involved a relic tied to the entity, the blood of the cursed, and the willing surrender of a life. Carlos exchanged a worried glance with Laura. "A sacrifice?" he repeated, his voice uneasy. "What kind of sacrifice?" The priest's expression was grave. "The entity will not release its claim without payment. The curse demands blood, not just any blood, but the blood of someone who loves the cursed. Only then will it be satisfied." Laura felt a chill run through her. A life for a life. The price was higher than she had imagined. As they left the church, the weight of the priest's words hung heavy in the air. Laura couldn't bring herself to speak, her mind racing with the implications of the ritual. Carlos seemed equally shaken, his usual confidence replaced by a solemn silence. They spent the next few days in San Rafael, speaking with the villagers and gathering whatever information they could. The stories were consistent whispers of strange deaths, of shadows that moved on their own, of a presence that lurked at the edge of the forest. The more they learned, the more Laura realized how deeply the curse was woven into the fabric of the town. One evening, as they sat by the fireplace in their small rented cabin, Carlos turned to Laura. "We need to think carefully about this," he said, his voice low. "If the ritual requires a sacrifice, it could mean someone has to die. Are you prepared for that?" Laura didn't answer immediately. She stared into the flames, her mind filled with images of her family, their faces twisted in pain and fear. She thought of her grandmother's journal, of the desperate plea to break the chain. Finally, she nodded. "I don't have a choice," she said quietly. "I can't let this thing take me too." Carlos didn't argue, but his expression was troubled. They both knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger. The entity was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. As they prepared to leave San Rafael, Laura couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of her vision, and the air often felt unnaturally cold. Once, she swore she heard a whisper her name, spoken in that same guttural voice from her dreams. But she didn't look back. She couldn't. She had come too far to turn away now. The journey back to the city was a blur of restless thoughts and oppressive silence. Laura sat in the passenger seat of Carlos's car, her fingers absently tracing the worn leather of the journal in her lap. The priest's words echoed in her mind, each syllable heavier than the last. A sacrifice. A life for a life. The weight of it threatened to crush her, but she clung to the fragile hope that they might find another way. Their first stop was the Historical Society, where Carlos had arranged to meet with an old acquaintance, a woman named Elena, who specialized in ancient artifacts and occult relics. Her office was cluttered with dusty books, maps, and strange objects that Laura couldn't begin to identify. Elena greeted them with a warm smile, but her expression grew serious as Laura explained their quest. "The entity you're describing," Elena began, her voice thoughtful, "it sounds like something from pre-Columbian folklore. There are legends of ancient beings that were worshipped as gods, but they were more akin to demons. They demanded blood offerings and were said to possess immense power." Laura felt a shiver run down her spine. "Is there any way to stop it?" Elena hesitated, then nodded. "If the ritual requires a relic tied to the entity, it's likely an object that was used to summon or bind it in the first place. Finding such a relic would be difficult, but not impossible." They spent hours poring over old texts and maps, searching for any clues that might lead them to the relic. Laura's eyes grew strained from the tiny, faded print, but she refused to give up. Finally, Elena pointed to a passage in a crumbling manuscript. "Here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The relic is believed to be a dagger, a ceremonial blade used in ancient rituals. It was said to be buried with the one who summoned the entity." Laura's heart leapt, but the hope was short-lived. "Buried where?" she asked, her voice trembling. Elena's expression was grim. "There's an old cemetery on the outskirts of San Rafael. It's been abandoned for decades, but if the dagger is anywhere, it's likely there." The drive back to San Rafael was tense, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. The cemetery was located deep in the forest, its entrance hidden by overgrown vines and crumbling stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the silence was unnerving. As they stepped through the rusted iron gates, Laura felt a familiar dread settle over her. The gravestones were weathered and cracked, their inscriptions barely legible. The ground was uneven, covered in moss and fallen leaves. Somewhere in this place of death, the relic waited. They split up, searching the rows of graves for any sign of Ignacio's resting place. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cemetery, and the air grew colder with each passing minute. Laura's hands trembled as she brushed away dirt and moss from the gravestones, her breath visible in the chill. Then she saw it, a grave marked with the name Ignacio Martinez. The stone was cracked and worn, but the name was unmistakable. Laura's heart pounded as she knelt beside it, her fingers digging into the earth. Carlos joined her, his face pale but determined. "We need to be quick," he said, his voice low. "If anyone sees us—" Laura nodded, her hands shaking as she began to dig. The ground was hard and unyielding, but she refused to stop. Finally, her fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. She pulled it from the earth, her breath catching in her throat. The dagger was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its blade was blackened and jagged, with strange symbols etched into the metal. The hilt was wrapped in faded leather, and the whole thing seemed to radiate a cold, malevolent energy. As she held it, Laura felt a surge of panic. The air around her seemed to grow darker, the shadows thickening and twisting. She could feel the entity's presence, its awareness focused on her. Carlos grabbed her arm, his grip firm. "We need to go," he said urgently. "Now." They ran from the cemetery, the dagger clutched tightly in Laura's hand. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees whispering with voices that weren't there. They didn't stop until they reached the car, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Laura stared at the dagger, its presence both a relief and a growing terror. They had found the relic, but she knew the hardest part was yet to come. The entity was watching. The dagger lay on the table between them, its dark, jagged blade seeming to absorb the light from the room. Laura and Carlos sat in silence, the weight of what they had done pressing down on them. The relic was their only hope, but it was also a ticking time bomb, a direct link to the entity that had cursed her family. Laura couldn't stop staring at it. The symbols etched into the metal seemed to shift when she looked at them too long, as if they were alive. She could feel the dagger's presence, a cold, oppressive force that made her skin crawl. It was as if the relic was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. "We need to be careful with this," Carlos said finally, breaking the silence. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it that Laura couldn't ignore. "If the entity is tied to this dagger, it's probably aware that we have it. We can't afford to make a mistake." Laura nodded, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She could still feel the weight of the cemetery's unearthed earth on her skin, the memory of digging up the grave haunting her. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Carlos leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the dagger. "The priest said we need a relic, the blood of the cursed, and a sacrifice. We have the relic, and your blood is obviously part of it. The only thing missing is—" he trailed off, unwilling to finish the sentence. Laura felt a pang of guilt. She knew what he was trying to avoid, saying the sacrifice had to be someone who loved her. She couldn't ask that of anyone, least of all Carlos. But the alternative was unthinkable. "There has to be another way," she said, her voice trembling. "We can't just kill someone. There has to be a loophole, something we're missing." Carlos sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know, Laura. The priest was pretty clear. The entity isn't going to let you go without a price. If we try to cheat it—" He didn't need to finish. Laura understood the consequences all too well. The entity was relentless, its malevolence boundless. It had taken generations of her family, and it wouldn't stop until it got what it wanted. They spent the next few days researching, desperate to find an alternative. They consulted ancient texts, reached out to experts in the occult, and even tried to contact the elderly priest in San Rafael. But the answer was always the same: the ritual required a sacrifice. One night, as they sat in the dimly lit living room, Carlos turned to Laura with a solemn expression. "There's something we haven't considered," he said slowly. "The entity feeds on fear and suffering. Maybe if we can weaken it somehow, we can make it accept something less than a life." Laura frowned, her mind racing. "How?" Carlos hesitated, then leaned closer. "What if we give it another kind of offering? Something that causes pain but isn't lethal. Blood, bones, even emotional pain, something that might satisfy it enough to break the curse without costing a life." The idea was risky, but it was the first glimmer of hope they'd had in days. Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. "It's worth a try," she said. "But we need to be careful. If the entity feels like we're trying to trick it..." Carlos nodded, his expression grim. "I know. But it's better than doing nothing." They spent the next day preparing for the ritual. They cleared a space in the living room, marking the floor with salt and symbols from the journal. Laura lit candles, their flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. Carlos set the dagger in the center, its blade gleaming ominously. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Laura felt a chill settle over the room. The air grew heavy, and the candles dimmed as if struggling to stay lit. She exchanged a nervous glance with Carlos, her heart pounding in her chest. They began the ritual, their voices trembling as they recited the incantation from the journal. The words felt strange and heavy on Laura's tongue, as if they didn't belong to this world. The air seemed to vibrate with energy, and the shadows in the room began to twist and writhe. Then the voice came, a deep, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You dare to bargain with me?" it hissed, its tone dripping with menace. "Do you think me so easily deceived?" Laura felt a wave of terror wash over her. The entity's presence was overwhelming, its anger palpable. She gripped Carlos's hand, her nails digging into his skin. Carlos swallowed hard, his voice shaky but determined. "We offer this as payment," he said, holding up a small vial of Laura's blood. "Take it, and release her from the curse." For a moment, there was silence. Then the voice laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Laura's spine. "You think this is enough?" it sneered. "I do not deal in half measures. You know what I require." Laura's heart sank. The entity wasn't going to accept their offering. The candles blew out, plunging the room into darkness. When they relit, the shadows were gone, and the dagger lay untouched in the center of the room. The ritual had failed. The failed ritual left Laura and Carlos in a state of quiet despair. The entity's refusal to accept their offering was a brutal reminder of its power and cruelty. They had hoped to find a way around the sacrifice, but now it was clear there was no other option. The curse demanded a life, and it would not be satisfied until it got what it wanted. Laura sat on the edge of the couch, staring at the dagger on the coffee table. Its jagged blade seemed to pulse with a dark energy, mocking her. She felt a growing sense of helplessness, the weight of the curse pressing down on her like a suffocating blanket. She knew time was running out. The entity's presence had become more tangible, more aggressive, since the failed ritual. Carlos watched her from across the room, his expression a mix of concern and resolve. "We can't give up," he said finally, breaking the silence. His voice was firm, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. Laura looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "What choice do I have, Carlos?" The entity won't accept anything less than a life. I can't ask someone to die for me." Carlos hesitated, then crossed the room and sat beside her. "You're not asking anyone to do anything," he said quietly. "But if it comes down to it, I'm willing to make that sacrifice." Laura's heart clenched at his words. "No," she said sharply, shaking her head. "I won't let you. I can't." Carlos placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip steadying. "Laura, listen to me. This curse has taken enough from your family. I'm not going to let it take you too. If giving up my life means you get to live, then it's worth it." Laura stared at him, her chest tightening with emotion. She wanted to argue, to tell him he was being reckless, but the determination in his eyes silenced her. Carlos had always been loyal, but this was something else entirely. They spent the next few hours discussing their options, though it was clear there was only one path forward. The ritual would require the relic, Laura's blood, and Carlos's life. It was a horrifying thought, but it was the only way to break the curse. As night fell, Laura felt a growing sense of dread. The air in the apartment seemed heavier, the shadows deeper. The entity's presence was everywhere, its malevolence pressing against her like a physical force. She knew it was waiting, watching, ready to claim its prize. They set up the ritual space again, this time with a grim determination. Laura's hands shook as she drew a circle of salt on the floor, her mind racing with doubts and fears. Carlos helped her set up the candles and place the dagger in the center, his movements deliberate but calm. When everything was ready, they stood in the circle, facing each other. Laura could feel the entity's presence growing stronger, the air around them humming with energy. Carlos reached out and took her hand, his grip firm. "It's going to be okay," he said quietly. "This isn't the end, it's a new beginning for you." Laura's vision blurred with tears, but she nodded. She couldn't find the words to express her gratitude, her grief, her fear. They began the ritual, their voices trembling as they recited the incantation. The air seemed to crackle with energy, the shadows twisting and writhing around them. The entity's voice echoed through the room, a guttural growl that sent shivers down Laura's spine. "You dare to summon me again?" it hissed, its tone dripping with menace. "Do you think you can defy me?" Carlos stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "I offer my life in exchange for hers," he said. "Take me, and release her from the curse." For a moment, there was silence. Then the entity laughed, a sound that filled the room with icy terror. "You surprise me, mortal," it sneered. "Very well. The bargain is struck." The candles blew out, plunging the room into darkness. Laura screamed as Carlos's grip on her hand tightened, then went limp. When the light returned, Carlos was gone. Laura stood alone in the circle of salt, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the reality of what had just happened crashed over her. Carlos was gone, his absence a gaping void that left her reeling. The room was eerily silent, the candles extinguished and the air heavy with the lingering presence of the entity. She fell to her knees, her hands trembling as she clutched the dagger, its cold, jagged blade a grim reminder of the price that had been paid. For hours, she sat there, numb and hollow. The weight of Carlos's sacrifice pressed down on her, a crushing burden of guilt and grief. He had given his life for her, and she didn't know if she could ever forgive herself for letting it happen. The dagger seemed to thrum in her hand, its dark energy pulsating faintly. Laura stared at it, her thoughts a chaotic storm. She wanted to destroy it, to rid herself of the horrific reminder of the curse. But something held her back. The relic was tied to the entity, and she couldn't risk unleashing its wrath again. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light through the windows, Laura forced herself to move. She carefully wrapped the dagger in a cloth and placed it in a locked box, her hands shaking as she did so. The relic felt like a ticking time bomb, a dangerous artifact that she couldn't afford to mishandle. She spent the next few days in a fog, barely eating or sleeping. The apartment felt too quiet, too empty, without Carlos's presence. Every corner seemed to hold a memory of him, a book he'd been reading, a coffee mug he'd left on the counter, the faint smell of his cologne lingering in the air. Laura tried to distract herself by throwing herself into research, determined to understand the full scope of the curse and the entity that had plagued her family. She revisited her grandmother's journal, poring over its pages with a new intensity. She reached out to Elena, the historian who had helped them before, hoping for any additional insights. Elena's response was grim. "The relic is dangerous," she warned. "It's a direct link to the entity, and it could still hold power. You need to be careful with it." Laura knew she was right, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. The entity had been awakened by Ignacio, but it had existed long before him. What was its origin? What was its purpose? One night, as Laura sat in the dimly lit living room, she felt a familiar chill settle over her. The air grew heavy, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift and twist. She froze, her heart pounding as the entity's voice echoed in her mind. "You think it's over?" it sneered, its tone laced with malice. "You think you can escape me so easily?" Laura's breath caught in her throat. The curse was supposed to be broken. Carlos had paid the price. Why was the entity still here? "You broke the bargain," the voice continued, its words sending a wave of terror through her. The sacrifice was not complete. Laura's mind raced. What did it mean? Carlos had given his life. What more could the entity want? Then it hit her. The ritual required the relic, the blood of the cursed, and a sacrifice. They had provided all three, but the entity was not satisfied. It wanted something more, something she couldn't yet comprehend. Desperation and anger welled up inside her. She had lost too much to this curse: her family, Carlos, her sense of peace. She wasn't going to let the entity win. Laura grabbed the locked box containing the dagger, her hands steady despite the fear coursing through her. She had survived this long, and she wasn't going to give up now. The entity's laughter echoed in her mind, cold and mocking. "You cannot escape me," it hissed. "You are mine." Laura clenched her jaw, her resolve hardening. "We'll see about that." Laura woke the next morning with a sense of grim determination. The entity's taunts had haunted her dreams, its laughter echoing in her mind long after she had opened her eyes. It was clear now that the curse wasn't truly broken. The sacrifice hadn't been enough. The entity was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to claim her. She sat at the kitchen table, the locked box containing the dagger in front of her. Her thoughts were a chaotic storm, but one thing was clear: she couldn't let the entity win. Carlos had given his life for her, and she couldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. Laura spent the morning scouring her grandmother's journal, searching for any clues she might have missed. The pages were filled with cryptic notes and ancient symbols, but one passage stood out. It spoke of a way to bind the entity, not just break the curse, but trap it, rendering it powerless. The ritual required more than just the relic and the blood of the cursed. It needed a binding agent, something pure and untarnished by the entity's influence. Laura's mind raced as she tried to figure out what that could be. She reached out to Elena again, hoping for guidance. "If you're trying to bind the entity, you'll need something powerful," Elena said. "Something that represents life, purity, and strength. It could be a rare herb, a sacred relic, or even a willing soul." Laura's heart sank at the last part. She didn't want to involve anyone else in this nightmare, but she knew she couldn't do it alone. The thought of asking for help was terrifying, but it was the only way. She spent the next few days gathering the necessary materials: a rare herb that grew only in remote mountain regions, a piece of ancient jewelry said to hold protective properties, and a vial of her own blood. Each item was difficult to obtain, and the process left her exhausted, but she refused to give up. As she prepared for the final ritual, Laura couldn't shake the feeling that the entity was watching her. The air in her apartment was always heavy, the shadows always just a little too dark. It felt like the entity was mocking her, daring her to try and defeat it. The night of the ritual, Laura set up the circle of salt in the center of the living room. She placed the dagger in the center, surrounded by the herb, the jewelry, and the vial of blood. The candles around the circle flickered weakly, their light barely holding back the darkness. Laura took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. This was her last chance to end the curse once and for all. She began the incantation, her voice trembling but resolute. The air around her grew colder, the shadows twisting and writhing as the entity's presence became stronger. "You dare to challenge me again?" it hissed, its voice a guttural growl that sent shivers down her spine. Laura clenched her fists, her fear giving way to anger. "You've taken enough from me," she said, her voice steady despite the terror coursing through her. "I'm not going to let you win." The entity laughed, the sound cold and mocking. "You think you can bind me? You are nothing but a plaything, a pawn in my game." Laura ignored its taunts, focusing on the ritual. She repeated the incantation, her voice growing stronger with each word. The air around her seemed to vibrate with energy, the candles flickering wildly. The entity's presence grew more oppressive, its anger palpable. "You cannot escape me," it snarled. "You are mine." Laura's hands shook as she held the dagger, its jagged blade gleaming in the candlelight. She knew this was her only chance. If the ritual failed, she would lose everything. With a final, desperate cry, she plunged the dagger into the circle, the blade sinking into the floor. The air around her seemed to explode with light and sound, the shadows twisting and writhing as the entity let out a deafening scream. Then, silence. The silence that followed was deafening. Laura knelt in the center of the circle, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she stared at the dagger embedded in the floor. The candles had burned out, their wax pooling on the ground, and the air felt still, almost unnaturally so. The oppressive weight of the entity's presence was gone, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. She reached out with trembling hands to pull the dagger from the floor, but as her fingers brushed the hilt, a sharp pain shot through her arm. She yanked her hand back, her breath catching in her throat. The blade was hot to the touch, as if it had been forged in fire. Laura stared at the dagger, her heart pounding. The entity was gone, she could feel it, but the relic still pulsed with a dark energy. It was as if the entity's essence had been trapped within it, bound by the ritual she had performed. She carefully wrapped the dagger in a cloth and placed it in the locked box, her hands shaking as she did so. The relic was dangerous, she knew that now more than ever, but it was also her only connection to what had happened. She couldn't bring herself to destroy it, not yet. As the days passed, Laura tried to return to some semblance of normalcy, but it was a struggle. The guilt over Carlos's death weighed heavily on her, and the memory of the entity's taunts haunted her dreams. She avoided the apartment as much as possible, unable to bear the suffocating silence that lingered in its halls. She reached out to Elena, seeking answers about what had happened during the ritual. "It sounds like you succeeded in binding the entity," Elena said, her voice cautious. "But binding is not the same as destroying. The entity is still there, trapped within the relic. You need to be careful. If the binding weakens, it could escape." Laura's stomach churned at the thought. She had thought the curse was over, but it seemed the battle was far from won. She spent the next few weeks researching ways to destroy the relic, but the answers were scarce. The dagger was ancient, its origins shrouded in mystery, and there was no clear way to rid the world of it. Some texts suggested it could be unmade by a powerful ritual, while others claimed it was indestructible. One night, as she sat alone in her apartment, Laura felt a familiar chill settle over her. The air grew heavy, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift and twist. Her breath hitched as the entity's voice echoed in her mind, faint but unmistakable. "You cannot escape me," it whispered, its tone laced with malice. "I am always here, always watching." Laura's hands clenched into fists, her fear giving way to anger. "You're trapped," she said aloud, her voice trembling but defiant. "You can't hurt me anymore." The entity's laughter was faint, almost mocking. "For now," it hissed. "But time is on my side." Laura knew it was right. The binding was strong, but it wouldn't last forever. She needed to find a way to destroy the relic, not just trap the entity, but banish it completely. She spent the next several months traveling, seeking out experts in the occult and relics from ancient civilizations. Each lead took her further from home, deeper into a world of shadows and secrets. She uncovered fragments of information, piecing together a ritual that could destroy the dagger once and for all. The ritual was risky, requiring more than just the relic and her blood. It demanded a sacrifice not of a life, but of something equally precious. Laura knew what she had to do. On a cold, moonless night, she returned to the circle of salt in her apartment. The dagger lay in the center, its jagged blade gleaming faintly in the candlelight. Laura's hands trembled as she began the ritual, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. As she spoke the final words, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something had been torn from her. The dagger glowed with an intense, blinding light, and then, with a deafening crack, it shattered. The pieces of the relic fell to the floor, their dark energy dissipating into the air. Laura felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, but also a sense of relief. The entity was gone, truly gone. She knelt in the circle, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she stared at the shattered remains of the dagger. The curse was over, but the cost had been high. Carlos was gone, and a part of her felt like it had been lost forever. Laura wrapped the fragments of the dagger in a cloth and buried them in a remote forest, far from civilization. She hoped the earth would cleanse the relic's dark energy, ensuring it could never harm anyone again. As she walked away from the burial site, Laura felt a strange sense of peace settle over her. The curse was broken, the entity banished. She had survived, but the scars would always remain. She knew she could never go back to the life she had before, but she was determined to move forward. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, it felt like her own. The Cursed Legacy. Diego Garcia stood in the kitchen of the family's ancestral home, the scent of roasting pork and spices filling the air. It was his 24th birthday, and the house was alive with chatter and laughter. His parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins had all gathered to celebrate, just as they did every year. The walls of the old house seemed to creak in rhythm with the conversation, as if the building itself was joining in the festivities. Diego couldn't help but smile as he watched his younger cousins chase each other around the dining table, their giggles echoing through the room. As the evening wore on, the family gathered in the living room for cake and presents. The cake was adorned with 24 candles, their flames flickering in the dim light. Everyone sang, their voices blending together in a warm, familiar melody. Diego closed his eyes, made a wish, and blew out the candles. For a moment, everything felt perfect. But as the smoke from the candles curled upward, he caught a faint, acrid smell, something like burning sulfur that made his stomach turn. By midnight, the house had quieted down. Most of the family had left, and only Diego's parents and grandmother remained. They sat in the living room, sipping coffee and reminiscing about past birthdays. Diego excused himself, claiming he was tired, and made his way upstairs to his childhood bedroom. The room was exactly as he had left it, with its faded blue wallpaper and shelves cluttered with old books and toys. He flopped down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a strange unease settle over him. Sleep didn't come easily. The house was too quiet, the silence almost oppressive. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes and making the old oak tree cast eerie shadows on the wall. Diego tossed and turned, his mind racing. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. Finally, he drifted off, but his sleep was anything but restful. The dream was vivid and unsettling. Diego found himself standing in a dark, foggy forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. In the distance, he could see a figure, a tall, shadowy shape that seemed to glide rather than walk. The figure's face was obscured, but Diego could feel its gaze boring into him. He tried to move, to run, but his feet were rooted to the ground. The figure drew closer, its whispers filling the air. The words were foreign, guttural, and filled with malice. "You cannot escape," the figure said, its voice a low, resonant growl. "The debt must be paid." Diego woke with a start, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, but he could still feel the presence lingering, as if the figure from his dream had followed him into the waking world. He fumbled for the lamp on his bedside table, his hands trembling as he switched it on. The light did little to dispel his fear. The smell of brimstone still hung in the air, faint but unmistakable. Diego got up and opened the window, hoping the cool night breeze would clear his head. Outside, the moon hung low in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the garden. The oak tree swayed in the wind, its branches clawing at the air like skeletal fingers. Diego's eyes darted across the yard, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from his dream standing among the trees. The rest of the night was restless. Diego dozed fitfully, his dreams filled with fragmented images of the forest and the figure. Each time he woke, the smell of brimstone grew stronger, and the sense of dread deepened. By morning, he was exhausted, his mind racing with questions. Had the dream meant something? Or was it just his imagination running wild? Downstairs, his grandmother, Abuela Rosa, was already in the kitchen, brewing coffee. She took one look at Diego's pale face and furrowed her brow. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, her voice laced with concern. Diego forced a smile and shrugged it off, not wanting to worry her. But as he sipped his coffee, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The day passed in a blur. Diego tried to distract himself with chores and small talk, but his mind kept drifting back to the dream. That night, as he lay in bed, the same nightmare returned. This time, the figure was closer, its whispers more urgent. Diego woke up drenched in sweat, the smell of brimstone overwhelming. He knew this wasn't just a dream. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and he needed to find out what it was. Little did he know, his 24th birthday marked the beginning of the end. The clock was ticking, and with each passing day, he was one step closer to the fateful eve of his 25th birthday and the curse that awaited him. Diego sat at the kitchen table the next morning, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had long gone cold. The nightmares had left him restless, and the faint smell of sulfur still lingered in his nose. His grandmother, Abuela Rosa, bustled around the kitchen, preparing breakfast, but her movements were slower than usual, her expression distant. She kept glancing at Diego, her eyes filled with a mixture of worry and something else, something he couldn't quite place. Finally, she sat down across from him, her hands clasped tightly on the table. "Diego," she began, her voice trembling slightly, I need to tell you something. It's not easy for me to talk about, but you deserve to know the truth." Diego's heart sank. He could tell from her tone that whatever she was about to say would change everything. He nodded, urging her to continue. Abuela Rosa took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears. "Our family is cursed," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It began with your great-grandfather, Alejandro Garcia. He was a proud man, but he made a terrible mistake, something that cost him his soul." She paused, as if weighing her words carefully. On the eve of his 25th birthday, he died in a fire that consumed his home. Everyone thought it was an accident, but it wasn't. Diego's stomach churned as he listened. His grandmother's words felt like a lead weight pressing down on his chest. "After Alejandro, it happened to his children, and then his grandchildren," she continued. "Every Garcia dies violently on the eve of their 25th birthday. Your father's cousin, Maria, drowned in her bathtub. Your Uncle Juan fell from a ladder and broke his neck. And now," she trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. "Now it's my turn," Diego said quietly, his voice hollow. Abuela Rosa nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I tried to protect you," she whispered. "I hoped that if you never knew, it might spare you. But I can see it in your eyes. You've felt it already, haven't you?" Diego thought of the nightmares, the shadowy figure, the smell of brimstone. He nodded, his throat too tight to speak. "The curse isn't just about death," Abuela Rosa said, her voice gaining strength. "It's about punishment. Alejandro betrayed someone powerful, and this is the price our family must pay." Diego's mind raced. Who could have done this? What could his great-grandfather have done to deserve such a fate? Diego's mother walked into the kitchen then, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere. "Morning, you two," she said, oblivious to the conversation. Diego forced a smile, but his mind was elsewhere. He couldn't shake the feeling that his grandmother's words were just the beginning, that there was much more to the story than she was telling him. Later that day, Diego sought out his younger sister, Sofia. She was sitting on the porch, her nose buried in a book. He sat down beside her and told her everything their grandmother had said. Sofia listened quietly, her expression growing darker with every word. "I always wondered why so many of our relatives died young," she said when he finished. "But a curse? That's insane." "It's not insane," Diego said, his voice tinged with desperation. "I've been having these nightmares, Sofia. There's something coming for me, and I don't know how to stop it." Sofia set her book aside and looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. "Then we'll figure it out," she said. "We'll find a way to break this curse. You're not doing this alone." For the first time since the nightmares began, Diego felt a flicker of hope. Sofia's determination was infectious, and he knew that together they might stand a chance. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the yard, the unease returned. The clock was ticking, and every passing moment brought him closer to the eve of his 25th birthday and the curse that awaited him. Diego and Sofia began their search the very next day. The Garcia family's sprawling ancestral home was filled with relics of the past, old photographs, dusty books, and forgotten letters tucked away in drawers and cabinets. The siblings started in the attic, a place they had rarely ventured during their childhood. It was a maze of forgotten furniture, cobwebbed trunks, and boxes that hadn't been opened in decades. The air was thick with dust, and the dim light filtering through the small windows only added to the eerie atmosphere. Sofia pulled open an ancient chest with a loud creak, revealing a stack of yellowed papers. "These look like legal documents," she said, flipping through them. "Land deeds, wills, stuff like that." Diego rummaged through a nearby box, finding old family photos and letters. He held up a photograph of a stern-looking man with a thick mustache. "That's great-grandfather Alejandro," Sophia said, peering over his shoulder. "He looks intense." Diego couldn't help but notice the dark circles under Alejandro's eyes, as if even in the photograph he carried the weight of his sins. As the hours passed, the siblings uncovered more fragments of the family's history. There were records of lawsuits, angry letters from neighbors, and even a few newspaper clippings about Alejandro's fiery death. One article described the incident as a tragic accident, but Diego couldn't help but wonder if there was more to it. Sophia found a ledger buried beneath a pile of old clothes, its pages filled with Alejandro's neat handwriting. "This might have something," she said, flipping through it. The ledger contained detailed accounts of Alejandro's business dealings, including purchases of land and property. One entry stood out, a transaction for a large plot of land in the mountains, bought for a suspiciously low price. The name of the seller was listed as El Hechicero, which sent a chill down Diego's spine. "The sorcerer," Diego mumbled, his voice barely audible. Sophia frowned. What would he need with a sorcerer's land? And why would the sorcerer sell it so cheaply? The siblings decided to focus their search on anything related to the land or El Hechicero. They scoured the attic for hours, their determination outweighing their growing exhaustion. Finally, Sophia stumbled upon a small, locked wooden box hidden beneath a pile of old blankets. The box was intricately carved with symbols that neither of them recognized. "This has to be important," Sophia said, shaking the box gently. It rattled faintly, as if something delicate was inside. The lock was rusted shut, but Diego managed to pry it open with a screwdriver. Inside were a handful of loose papers and a small, leather-bound notebook. The notebook's pages were filled with Alejandro's handwriting, but the entries were more personal than the ledger, almost like a diary. Diego flipped through it, his eyes scanning the faded ink. The entries spoke of guilt, fear, and a growing sense of dread. The last entry was chilling. "I have made a grave mistake. The debt I owe cannot be repaid in this lifetime. God forgive me. The blood is on my hands." Sophia and Diego exchanged uneasy glances. It was clear now that Alejandro's death was no accident. The curse was real, and it had been born from his misdeeds. But what exactly had he done? And more importantly, how could they undo it? The diary hinted at a deeper story, one that they would need to uncover if they had any hope of breaking the curse. The siblings decided to take a break and regroup. They spent the evening poring over the contents of the box, making notes and piecing together what they could. The ledger, the diary, and the other documents painted a picture of a man who had been willing to do anything for power and wealth, even if it meant making a deal with something evil. Diego couldn't shake the feeling that they were only scratching the surface. That night, Diego's dreams were filled with images of the land Alejandro had purchased. He saw the mountains shrouded in mist, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of a cliff, and a faint, rhythmic chanting that made his skin crawl. He woke up drenched in sweat, the smell of brimstone stronger than ever. Sophia was already awake, her face pale. "I had the same dream," she admitted. "We're onto something, Diego. We need to find that land." The next morning, they packed their bags and made plans to travel to the town where the land was located. It was a remote area, hours from the nearest city, but they knew it was their best chance of finding answers. As they locked the front door of the house and stepped into the crisp morning air, Diego couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The clock was still ticking, and their journey was only just beginning. The drive to the town near the mountains was long and quiet. Diego and Sophia spent most of the journey lost in their own thoughts, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on them. The landscape shifted gradually from flat farmland to rolling hills, and finally to the imposing shadow of the mountains. The air grew cooler, and the road became narrower and more treacherous, winding through dense forests and rocky terrain. When they finally arrived in the town, it was unlike any place they had ever seen. The buildings were old and weathered, their wooden facades worn smooth by decades of wind and rain. The streets were nearly empty, with only a few locals going about their business. The townspeople eyed the siblings with suspicion, their gazes lingering just a little too long. Diego and Sofia exchanged uneasy glances as they parked their car and stepped out into the crisp mountain air. They found a small inn on the edge of town, its sign creaking in the breeze. The woman at the front desk greeted them with a polite but distant smile. "You're not from around here," she observed, her eyes narrowing slightly. "What brings you to our little town?" Diego hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. "We're researching our family history," he said finally. The woman nodded, her expression unreadable, and handed them a key to their room. Once they were settled, Diego pulled out Alejandro's diary and the other documents from the box. The diary was their best hope of uncovering the truth, and he began reading it aloud to Sofia. The entries were fragmented and often cryptic, but they painted a clear picture of Alejandro's descent into darkness. He had been desperate to expand his wealth and power, and when an opportunity arose to acquire a vast tract of land at an unbelievably low price, he took it without hesitation. The seller, El Hechicero, was a mysterious figure who had lived on the land for decades. Alejandro described him as a man of immense knowledge but unsettling demeanor. The transaction was not a simple exchange of money for property. It required Alejandro to swear an oath, sealed with blood, that he would never reveal the true nature of the land or its previous owner. Alejandro had agreed, blinded by greed, but as time passed, he began to notice strange things happening. Animals on the land became aggressive and deformed, crops refused to grow, and an unnatural fog seemed to cling to the mountains. Alejandro wrote of sleepless nights filled with whispers and the feeling of being watched. He tried to sell the land or abandon it, but every attempt was met with failure. He became paranoid, convinced that El Hechicero had cursed him for breaking the oath. The final entries in the diary were filled with despair and regret. Diego and Sofia sat in silence for a long time after finishing the diary. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. "So El Hechicero cursed Alejandro, and now it's passed down to us," Sofia said, her voice barely above a whisper. Diego nodded, his mind racing. "But why? What's so special about this land? And how do we break the curse?" Sofia sighed, running a hand through her hair. "We need to find someone who knows about El Hechicero. Someone who might know how to undo this." The next morning, they set out to explore the town, hoping to find someone who might be able to help. The locals were reluctant to speak to strangers, but eventually, they managed to strike up a conversation with an elderly man sitting outside a cafe. He listened intently as Diego explained their situation, his expression growing more serious with every word. "El Hechicero," the man murmured, shaking his head. "That name hasn't been spoken here in many years." He told them that El Hechicero had been a feared figure in the region, a man rumored to have made deals with dark forces. He had lived in seclusion in the mountains, and few dared to approach him. When asked about the curse, the man hesitated before speaking. "There's an old saying here," he said slowly. "The land remembers. If your great-grandfather wronged El Hechicero, the land itself might hold the key to undoing the curse." Diego and Sofia thanked the man and returned to the inn to plan their next move. It was clear they needed to visit the land Alejandro had purchased, no matter how dangerous it might be. That night, Diego's dreams were filled with images of the mountains, the mist rolling through the trees, the sound of distant chanting, and the shadowy figure of El Hechicero watching him from the edge of the forest. The next day, they packed their supplies and set out for the mountains. The road grew rougher and more remote, the forest closing in around them. As they approached the land Alejandro had purchased, the air grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. Sofia gripped Diego's arm as they stepped out of the car, her eyes scanning the dense trees. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. Diego took a deep breath and nodded. "We don't have a choice." The forest swallowed them as soon as they stepped off the road, the trees towering overhead like silent sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, but there was something else, something metallic and sharp that made Diego's skin crawl. The path was overgrown, barely visible beneath the tangle of roots and underbrush, and the siblings moved cautiously, their senses on high alert. The deeper they went, the quieter the forest became, the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves replaced by an eerie stillness. Sofia clutched a map they had bought in town, though it was little more than a rough sketch of the area. The land Alejandro had purchased was marked with a crude X, and they followed the vague directions as best they could. The forest seemed endless, the trees closing in around them, their gnarled branches twisting like clawed hands. Every now and then, Diego would glance over his shoulder, convinced they were being watched, but there was never anything there, only the shadows that seemed to stretch and shift with every step. After what felt like hours, they stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood the ruins of a cabin, its wooden planks weathered and splintered, the roof caved in. The sight sent a chill down Diego's spine. "This has to be where El Hechicero lived," Sofia whispered, her voice barely audible. They approached the cabin slowly, their footsteps crunching on the dry leaves that littered the ground. The air around the structure felt colder, unnaturally so, and the smell of sulfur was stronger here. Inside, the cabin was a chaotic mess of broken furniture, shattered glass, and decaying papers. The walls were covered in strange symbols, carved deep into the wood, and the floor was littered with the remnants of what looked like ritualistic objects: candles, animal bones, and jars filled with dark, viscous liquid. Diego picked up one of the jars, his stomach turning at the sight of the thick, tar-like substance inside. "What is this place?" Sofia muttered, her eyes wide with fear. They began searching the cabin, sifting through the debris for any clues that might help them break the curse. Diego found a rusted metal box hidden beneath a pile of broken furniture, its lid sealed shut with a heavy padlock. He pried it open with a crowbar, revealing a collection of old documents and a small, leather-bound book. The book's cover was worn and cracked, the title barely legible, The Tome of Shadows. Diego opened the tome cautiously, its pages brittle and yellowed. The text was written in a language he didn't recognize, filled with strange symbols and diagrams. Some of the pages were stained with what looked like dried blood, and the sight made his stomach churn. "This has to be El Hechicero's work," Sofia said, her voice trembling. "It's some kind of grimoire." Diego flipped through the pages, his heart sinking. The book was filled with instructions for rituals, curses, and summonings, dark, forbidden knowledge that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. As the sun began to set, the forest around the cabin grew darker, the shadows deepening into an impenetrable blackness. The siblings decided to camp for the night, setting up a small fire just outside the cabin. The flames fought valiantly against the oppressive darkness, but the light seemed weaker than it should have been, as if something in the forest was draining its strength. Diego and Sofia huddled close to the fire, their unease growing with every passing minute. That night, Diego's dreams were more vivid and terrifying than ever. He found himself in the same misty forest from his previous nightmares, but this time, the shadowy figure was closer, its form more defined. It was a man tall and gaunt, with sunken eyes and a crooked grin. "You've come far," the figure said, its voice echoing in the stillness. but you cannot escape what is owed. Diego woke with a start, the smell of brimstone so strong it made him gag. Sophia was already awake, her face pale and drawn. I saw him too, she whispered. It was El Hechicero. Diego nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. The dream had felt too real, too tangible, and he knew they were running out of time. The land itself seemed to be working against them, its malevolent presence growing stronger with every passing hour. The next morning, they returned to the cabin, determined to find a way to break the curse. The Tome of Shadows was their best hope, but deciphering its contents seemed like an impossible task. Sophia suggested they seek out someone in town who might be able to translate the text, but Diego hesitated. We don't even know who to trust, he said. For all we know, El Hechicero's influence still lingers here. As they continued to search the cabin, Sophia found a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside was a small, ornate key and a note written in the same hand as Alejandro's diary. The note was short but chilling. The key to undoing the curse lies within the mountain. Seek the forgotten shrine. Diego and Sophia exchanged uneasy glances. The mountain loomed in the distance, its jagged peak shrouded in mist. It was clear now that their journey was far from over. The path to the mountain was even more treacherous than the road to the forest. The ground was uneven, littered with loose rocks and tangled roots, and the air grew colder the higher they climbed. The mist clung to the trees, obscuring their vision and making it difficult to tell how far they had come. Diego and Sophia moved slowly, their breaths visible in the chilly air, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The mountain loomed above them, its peak hidden by thick clouds that seemed to swirl ominously. As they ascended, the forest began to thin, replaced by jagged rock formations and icy patches of snow. The landscape was barren and desolate, the only sound the wind howling through the crags. It was a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the forest below, but it was no less unnerving. Diego's hand brushed against the key in his pocket, its cold metal a constant reminder of the task ahead. Do you think the shrine is real? Sophia asked, her voice barely audible over the wind. Diego nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure. It has to be, he replied. We don't have any other leads. After hours of climbing, they reached a narrow ledge that overlooked a steep drop. On the other side of the ledge was a cave, its entrance partially obscured by hanging vines and icicles. The air around the cave was unnaturally still, the mist swirling but never entering its dark mouth. Diego and Sophia exchanged uneasy glances before stepping inside. The cave was pitch black, the only light coming from the flashlight Sophia had brought. Its beam flickered as they moved deeper, as if the darkness itself was resisting their intrusion. The walls of the cave were covered in carvings similar to the ones in El Hechicero's cabin, strange symbols and patterns that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something sweet and cloying that made Diego's stomach churn. The tunnel sloped downward, leading them deeper into the mountain. The further they went, the more uneasy Diego felt. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. At last, they reached a large chamber. The walls were lined with torches, their flames flickering with an unnatural green hue. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained with what looked like dried blood. Behind the altar was a massive door, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and twist in the flickering light. Diego's heart pounded as he approached the door, the key from the cabin clutched tightly in his hand. The key fit perfectly into the lock in the center of the door. As Diego turned it, the lock clicked, and the door began to swing open with a low, groaning sound. The air beyond the door was cold and heavy, filled with the same cloying sweetness that had made him nauseous earlier. The siblings stepped through the doorway, the light from the torches fading behind them. They found themselves in a vast, cavernous space, its walls lined with statues of grotesque figures, half human, half beast, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. At the far end of the chamber was a shrine, its surface covered in offerings, candles, bones, and strange, unidentifiable objects. The air around the shrine was thick with a sense of malevolence, the very atmosphere seeming to pulse with dark energy. Diego and Sofia approached cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The shrine was the source of the curse, they could feel it in their bones. Diego pulled out the Tome of Shadows, flipping through its pages in the dim light. The rituals described in the book were complex and terrifying, requiring ingredients and actions that made his skin crawl. But there, near the end, was a ritual for breaking curses, a last resort for those desperate enough to try. The instructions were vague, but one line stood out: the blood of the cursed must be offered to the land. Sofia's eyes widened as she read the passage. "Diego, this is dangerous. What if it goes wrong?" she asked, her voice trembling. Diego clenched his jaw, his resolve steeling. "We don't have a choice. If we don't try, I'm dead anyway." He took the small knife he had brought with him, hesitating only for a moment before pricking his finger. The blood welled up, dark and vivid against his pale skin. As he placed a drop of blood on the shrine, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The statues around the chamber seemed to come to life, their glowing eyes turning toward Diego and Sofia. The air grew colder, the cloying sweetness replaced by the sharp, acrid smell of brimstone. Diego's heart raced as he read the next step of the ritual. "Speak the name of the one who cast the curse." "El Hechicero," Diego whispered, his voice barely audible. The moment the name left his lips, the shrine erupted in a burst of green flame, the fire consuming the offerings and spreading rapidly across the chamber. Diego and Sofia backed away, their eyes wide with terror as the statues began to move, their stone limbs cracking and shifting as they stepped off their pedestals. The green flames from the shrine roared higher, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the cavern walls. The statues, now fully animate, lurched toward Diego and Sofia with slow, deliberate movements, their stone faces twisted into expressions of malice. The siblings backed away, their hearts pounding, the air thick with the stench of sulfur and the sound of cracking stone. "What do we do?" Sofia shouted, her voice filled with panic. Diego clutched the Tome of Shadows, his mind racing. "Keep moving. Don't let them catch us." They sprinted toward the entrance of the chamber, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. The statues, though slow, were relentless, their heavy limbs scraping against the stone floor. Diego glanced over his shoulder, his chest tight with fear. The shrine behind them was still burning, the green flames spreading in every direction, consuming everything in their path. The heat was intense, even from a distance, and the air seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy. As they reached the door, Diego slammed it shut behind them, but it did little to stop the statues. The heavy stone doors began to crack and splinter under the force of the creature's blows, the sound deafening in the narrow tunnel. "We need to get out of here," Sofia yelled, pulling Diego by the arm. They ran back up the sloping tunnel, the torchlight flickering madly as the mountain seemed to tremble around them. The climb was exhausting, their lungs burning with every breath, but they didn't dare stop. The sound of the statues breaking through the door echoed behind them, a constant reminder of the danger at their heels. The tunnel seemed longer than before, the walls closing in around them as they ran. Diego's mind raced. The ritual had gone horribly wrong, and now they were facing something far worse than the curse. When they finally emerged from the cave, the sight that greeted them was even more terrifying. The forest below was alive with movement, the trees swaying as if caught in a sudden storm. The mist that had clung to the mountain now swirled violently, forming shapes that resembled human figures. The air was filled with a low, guttural chanting, the sound coming from all directions. Diego and Sofia exchanged terrified glances. "It's like the land itself is awake," Sofia whispered, her voice trembling. They began their descent, their steps hurried and unsteady on the rocky terrain. The statues had not followed them out of the cave, but the forest ahead was no safer. The trees seemed to close in around them, their branches reaching out like clawed hands. The chanting grew louder, the words incomprehensible but filled with malice. Diego clutched the Tome of Shadows tightly, the book feeling heavier with every step. As they reached the edge of the forest, the mist began to thicken, reducing their visibility to almost nothing. The ground beneath their feet felt soft and yielding, as if it were trying to swallow them whole. Diego's heart pounded in his chest, the sound of his own breathing loud in the oppressive silence. "Stay close," he said to Sofia, his voice barely audible over the chanting. She nodded, gripping his arm tightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mist, a tall, gaunt man with sunken eyes and a crooked grin. It was El Hechicero, or at least a shadow of him, his form flickering like a dying flame. "You've awakened the land," he said, his voice echoing in the stillness. "But you cannot control it." Diego froze, his blood running cold. "What do you want from us?" he demanded, his voice shaking. El Hechicero's grin widened. "The debt remains unpaid. The land will have its due." Before Diego could respond, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving the siblings alone once more. The chanting grew louder, the forest around them seeming to close in. Sofia's hand tightened on Diego's arm. "We need to get back to the town," she said urgently. "There must be someone who can help us." Diego nodded, though he wasn't sure if anyone could help them now. The land itself was against them, and they were running out of time. As they stumbled through the forest, the mist began to thin, revealing the faint outline of the road ahead. The sight gave them a brief sense of relief, but it was short-lived. The road was blocked by a fallen tree, its massive trunk lying across the path like a barricade. Diego and Sofia stopped, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "We'll have to go around," Diego said, trying to keep the panic from his voice. They veered off the road, the forest growing denser and darker with every step. The chanting was still audible, though it was quieter now, a low hum that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. Diego's mind raced. The ritual had failed, but perhaps there was still a way to break the curse. He needed to study the Tome of Shadows more carefully, to find another solution before it was too late. As they approached the edge of the forest, the sound of running water reached their ears. They pushed through the trees and found themselves standing on the bank of a narrow river. The water was dark and sluggish, its surface reflecting the pale light of the moon. On the other side of the river was the town, its lights faint but visible through the mist. Diego and Sofia exchanged a look of relief. They weren't safe yet, but they were closer to help than they had been in hours. The town was eerily quiet as Diego and Sofia crossed the river and made their way through the dimly lit streets. The few locals they passed avoided eye contact, their faces drawn and cautious, as if sensing the darkness that clung to the siblings. Diego's mind raced with thoughts of the failed ritual, the awakening of the land, and the haunting figure of El Hechicero. He clutched the Tome of Shadows tightly, its weight a constant reminder of the danger they were in. "We need to find someone who knows about this," he said, his voice low but urgent. They returned to the inn, hoping to speak with the elderly man they had met earlier. The woman at the front desk eyed them warily as they entered. "You've been gone a long time," she remarked, her tone tinged with suspicion. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Diego hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. "We need to speak with the man we talked to before. he said. "It's important." The woman's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. "He's in the back room. I'll take you to him." The elderly man was sitting by the fire, a cup of tea in his hands. His eyes narrowed as Diego and Sofia approached, and he set the cup down with a sigh. "You've been to the mountain," he said, his voice heavy with resignation. It wasn't a question. Diego nodded, his heart pounding. "We tried to break the curse, but something went wrong. The land, it's awake." The man's face grew pale, and he leaned forward, his hands trembling. "You summoned the land's anger," he said. "The spirits are restless now. El Hechicero's hold is stronger than ever." Sofia stepped forward, her voice pleading. "Please, we need your help. Is there any way to fix this?" The man hesitated, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. After a long silence, he spoke. "There is one who might know what to do, the last keeper of the old ways. She lives in the forest, far from here. But finding her will not be easy. The land will try to stop you." Diego's heart sank at the thought of venturing back into the forest, but he knew they had no choice. "How do we find her?" he asked. The man gestured for them to sit, and he began to draw a map on a piece of paper. His hands moved slowly, the lines shaky but precise. "She lives in a glade surrounded by ancient trees," he explained. "The path is marked by white stones, but you must follow them carefully. If you stray, the forest will lead you astray." He handed the map to Diego, his expression grim. "Be warned, the keeper is not like us. She speaks to the spirits, and they do not take kindly to intruders." Diego and Sofia studied the map, their brows furrowed. The path looked straightforward, but they knew better than to underestimate the forest. "Thank you," Sofia said, her voice filled with gratitude. The man nodded, his eyes filled with a sadness that sent a chill down Diego's spine. "Be careful," he warned. "The land does not forgive, and it does not forget." As they left the inn, the night air felt heavier, the mist thicker than before. The town's lights seemed dimmer, as if the darkness was closing in. Diego's mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. The keeper of the old ways was their last hope, but finding her meant risking everything. He glanced at Sofia, her face pale but determined. "We can do this," he said, trying to sound confident. She nodded, though the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. The forest loomed ahead, its trees casting long shadows in the pale moonlight. The path was barely visible, the white stones the man had mentioned glinting faintly in the darkness. Diego took a deep breath and stepped forward, the tome of shadows clutched tightly in his hand. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, but there was something else, something ancient and unnerving. The forest felt alive, its presence pressing down on them like a weight. As they followed the path, the mist began to shift and swirl, forming shapes that seemed to watch them from the shadows. The chanting they had heard earlier returned, though it was softer now, a whisper on the wind. Diego tried to focus on the white stones, but the forest was disorienting, the path twisting and turning in ways that seemed unnatural. Sofia stayed close, her hand gripping his arm, her breath shallow. "Do you think we're going the right way?" she asked, her voice trembling. Diego didn't answer. He wasn't sure anymore. The stones were harder to find now, their glow faint and inconsistent. The forest seemed to be resisting them, the trees closing in and the shadows growing deeper. He glanced at the map, but it was of little use in the oppressive darkness. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and Diego's skin prickled with unease. "We need to keep moving," he said, his voice firm despite his fear. After what felt like hours, they finally reached a small glade bathed in soft, silvery light. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sky. In the center of the glade stood a small cabin, its walls covered in ivy and moss. The air was still, the chanting gone, replaced by an eerie silence. Diego and Sofia exchanged a wary glance before stepping forward. As they approached the cabin, the door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows. Her eyes glowed faintly, and her voice was low and resonant. "You have summoned the land's fury," she said, her gaze piercing. "But whether you can appease it remains to be seen." Diego's heart pounded as he stepped forward, the tome of shadows in his hands. "We need your help," he said. "Please. We don't know what else to do." The keeper stepped into the light, her features becoming clearer. She was an old woman, her face lined with age and wisdom, her hair long and silver. Her eyes, however, were sharp and piercing, seeming to see straight through Diego and Sofia. She motioned for them to enter the cabin, her movements slow and deliberate. The interior was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of herbs and incense. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars and bundles of dried plants. Their purple fire crackled in the hearth, its flames casting flickering shadows across the room. Diego and Sofia stood awkwardly by the door, the weight of the keeper's gaze making them uneasy. The keeper gestured to a table in the center of the room, its surface covered in candles and strange symbols drawn in chalk. "Sit," she said, her voice commanding. They obeyed, their eyes darting around the room as they took their seats. The keeper moved to the hearth, her hands hovering over the flames as if drawing warmth from them. "You have come seeking answers," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. "Yes," Diego replied, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We tried to break the curse, but we only made things worse. The land is awake, and El Hechicero's influence is stronger than ever." The keeper's eyes narrowed, and she turned to face them. "You disturbed the balance," she said. "The land remembers. It will not rest until it has claimed what is owed." Sofia leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the table. "Is there anything we can do to fix this? To make it right?" The keeper studied them for a long moment before speaking. "There is a way," she said slowly, "but it will require a sacrifice. The land demands blood, not just any blood, but that of the one who owes the debt." Diego's chest tightened at her words. "You mean me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, her expression unreadable. "The curse was placed upon your family. Only your blood can satisfy the land's hunger." Sofia's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head vehemently. "No, there has to be another way. We can't let him die." The keeper's gaze softened, but her tone remained firm. "The choice is not yours to make. The land does not bargain, and it does not forgive. If you wish to restore the balance, this is the only path." Diego clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had known the curse would cost him his life, but hearing it confirmed filled him with a deep, cold dread. The room fell silent, the crackling of the fire the only sound. Diego looked at Sofia, her face pale and tear-streaked. He reached out and took her hand, squeezing it tightly. "It's okay," he said, his voice trembling. "If this is what it takes, I'll do it." Sofia shook her head, her grip on his hand tightening. "No, Diego. There has to be another way. We'll find one." The keeper watched them silently, her expression inscrutable. After a long moment, the keeper turned and moved to one of the shelves. She pulled down a small, ornate box and carried it to the table. Inside was a dagger, its blade glinting in the firelight. The handle was carved with the same symbols that covered the table. "If you choose this path," she said. "The dagger must be used at the shrine where the curse was first cast. Only then will the land accept the offering." Diego stared at the dagger, his stomach churning. Sophia stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. "No," she said, her voice firm. "I won't let you do this. We'll find another way." The keeper's gaze shifted to her, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes. "There is no other way," she said gently. "The land's will cannot be denied." Diego stood as well, his resolve hardening. "It's my decision," he said, his voice steady. "If this is the only way to end it, then I'll do it." The keeper nodded, her expression solemn. "The path is yours to walk," she said. "But know this, the land will not make it easy. You will be tested, and the spirits will try to stop you." Diego picked up the dagger, its weight heavy in his hand. He glanced at Sophia, her face a mask of fear and determination. "We'll face it together," he said. The keeper watched them silently, her eyes filled with something Diego couldn't quite place, respect, perhaps, or sorrow. As they turned to leave, the keeper spoke once more. "Remember," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness, "the land does not forgive, and it does not forget. But it may yet show mercy to those who prove worthy." Diego and Sophia exchanged uneasy glances before stepping out into the night. The forest felt different now, its shadows deeper and its silence more oppressive. The glow of the glade faded behind them, leaving them in darkness once more. The walk back to the town was long and arduous, the weight of the dagger in Diego's hand a constant reminder of the task ahead. Sophia walked beside him in silence, her thoughts clearly racing. Diego's mind was a whirlwind of fear, dread, and grim determination. He knew what he had to do, but the thought of facing the shrine again filled him with terror. The keeper's words echoed in his mind. The land would not make it easy. As they reached the outskirts of the town, the mist began to thicken once more, the chanting returning as a low, guttural hum. The shadows seemed to move, their forms shifting and twisting as if alive. Diego's grip tightened on the dagger, his heart pounding in his chest. They were running out of time. The land's anger was growing, and the spirits would not wait. He glanced at Sophia, her face pale but resolute. "We'll finish this," he said, his voice firm. The shrine loomed ahead, its dark silhouette a stark contrast to the pale moonlight. The air was thick with tension, the chanting growing louder and more insistent as Diego and Sophia approached. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees forming a wall of shadows that blocked out the world beyond. Every step felt heavier, as if the land itself was resisting their progress. Diego clutched the dagger tightly, its cold metal biting into his palm. The shrine was exactly as they had left it, scorched and broken, the remnants of their failed ritual scattered across the stone altar. The green flames had died down, but the air still crackled with residual energy. The symbols carved into the altar seemed to glow faintly, pulsing in time with the chanting that filled the air. Diego took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. This was it, the moment he had been dreading but knew was inevitable. Sophia stood beside him, her face pale but determined. "You don't have to do this," she said, her voice trembling. "There has to be another way." Diego turned to her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. "There isn't," he said quietly. "This is the only way to end it. For both of us. For everyone." Tears welled in Sophia's eyes, but she didn't argue. She knew he was right. Diego stepped forward, the dagger clutched tightly in his hand. The chanting grew louder, the words seeming to echo in his mind. The air around the shrine shimmered, the symbols on the altar glowing brighter with every step he took. The weight of the land's anger pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. He climbed onto the altar, the stone cold and unyielding beneath his knees. He glanced back at Sophia, her face streaked with tears but her eyes filled with unwavering support. "I love you," he said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "Take care of yourself." Sophia nodded, her voice breaking as she replied, "I love you too." Diego took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he raised the dagger. The chanting reached a crescendo, the air around him vibrating with energy. As the dagger descended, time seemed to slow. Diego's breath caught in his throat, his vision blurring as the blade pierced his skin. The pain was sharp but fleeting, replaced by a cold numbness that spread through his body. The symbols on the altar flared to life, their glow blinding as the land's energy surged around him. The chanting ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. The world around him faded, the shrine and the forest dissolving into darkness. Diego felt weightless, as if he were floating in a void. The air was cold and still, but there was a sense of peace that he hadn't felt in weeks. He closed his eyes, the numbness spreading until he could no longer feel anything at all. The darkness enveloped him, pulling him deeper and deeper until he was no longer aware of his surroundings. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a vast, empty plain. The ground beneath his feet was barren, the sky above a dull, unchanging gray. He turned, looking for Sophia or the shrine, but there was nothing but emptiness in every direction. The air was still, the silence oppressive. "Where am I?" he whispered, his voice echoing in the void. A figure appeared in the distance, its form shifting and indistinct. As it drew closer, Diego recognized it, the shadowy figure of El Hechicero. The sorcerer's face was twisted into a cruel smile, his eyes glowing with malice. "You thought you could escape the curse," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "But the land does not forget. Your sacrifice has only given me more power." Diego's heart sank as he realized the truth. The sacrifice hadn't broken the curse, it had strengthened it. El Hechicero's influence was stronger than ever, and the land was now his to control. Fear and despair washed over Diego, but he refused to give in. "I won't let you win," he said, his voice steady despite the terror gripping him. El Hechicero's smile widened, and he raised a hand, the air around him shimmering with dark energy. Before Diego could react, the ground beneath him began to crack and split, the void collapsing into chaos. He fell, the darkness swallowing him as the sorcerer's laughter echoed in his ears. The last thing he saw was Sophia's face, her eyes filled with grief and determination as she reached out to him. Then, there was nothing but silence and emptiness. The dark packed. The evening was unseasonably cold, the kind of chill that crept into your bones and refused to leave. Sofia Lopez stood on the balcony of her small apartment, a steaming cup of chamomile tea clutched in her hands. The fog had rolled in early, shrouding the town in a ghostly haze, and the streetlights below flickered faintly, casting long, wavering shadows. She wasn't sure why, but tonight the world felt different, as if something unseen was waiting just beyond the edge of her vision. Alejandro had been acting strangely all day, fidgeting with something in his pocket and avoiding her gaze whenever she caught him staring. She had brushed it off as nerves after all. They had been together for 5 years, and she knew his every quirk, but now, as she watched him pace in the living room, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. Her heart pounded in her chest, though she couldn't decide if it was anticipation or dread. He finally called her inside, his voice unusually soft. The apartment was lit by dozens of candles, their flames dancing in the drafty room, and a single rose lay on the coffee table. Alejandro knelt before her, his hands trembling slightly as he held out a small velvet box. The ring inside was simple but beautiful, a polished silver band with a single emerald that seemed to glow in the candlelight. "Sophia," he began, his voice cracking, "will you marry me?" Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded, her voice caught in her throat. He slipped the ring onto her finger, and for a moment everything felt perfect. But as he pulled her into a tight embrace, a sudden icy breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging them into darkness. Sophia froze, her breath hitching, as a faint whisper echoed in her ears a language she didn't understand but felt profoundly wrong. That night, her first nightmare began. She found herself standing in a dense, dark forest, the trees gnarled and twisted like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath her feet felt unnaturally soft, as if it might swallow her whole. In the distance, she saw a figure cloaked in shadows, its face obscured but its eyes glowing like embers. It spoke her name, the sound echoing as if from far away, and she awoke with a gasp, drenched in sweat. The scratches on her arm were the first sign that the dream was more than just a figment of her imagination. 3 thin, parallel lines ran from her wrist to her elbow, faint but undeniable. She stared at them in the morning light, her heart racing, and tried to convince herself it was nothing. Maybe she had done it in her sleep, or maybe it was an allergic reaction. But deep down, she knew better. Over the next few days, the visions grew worse. She would see the shadowy figure in the corner of her eye, its presence lingering just out of sight. It whispered to her in the dead of night, its words unintelligible but filled with malice. She began to dread sleep, fearing what she might see, and the exhaustion started to take its toll. Alejandro noticed the dark circles under her eyes and the way she jumped at every sudden noise, but she brushed off his concerns, unwilling to burden him with her growing paranoia. One evening, as they sat together on the couch, she finally broke. She told him about the dreams, the whispers, and the scratches she couldn't explain. Alejandro listened intently, his brow furrowed, and when she finished, he pulled her into a tight embrace. "It's just stress," he murmured, though his voice lacked conviction. "We'll get through this together." But she could see the doubt in his eyes, and it only deepened her unease. The final straw came on the night of their engagement party. As they stood surrounded by friends and family, toasting to their future, Sophia felt a sudden, searing pain in her chest. She looked down to see the emerald in her ring glowing faintly, its light pulsating like a heartbeat. The room seemed to spin, and for a moment she was back in the forest, the shadowy figure standing before her. Its voice was clear now, a single word that sent chills down her spine. "Soon." When she came back to herself, she was lying on the floor, the guests crowded around her in panic. Alejandro knelt beside her, his face pale as he clutched her hand. "What happened?" he asked, his voice trembling. Sophia could only shake her head, her throat too tight to speak. She knew, without a doubt, that something was terribly wrong. The morning after her collapse, Sophia woke to the sound of rain tapping against the window. The room was dim, the heavy gray clouds outside casting a somber light over everything. Alejandro was asleep in the chair beside the bed, his head tilted awkwardly to one side. She watched him for a moment, guilt gnawing at her. He had stayed up most of the night, refusing to leave her side, and the worry etched into his face was unmistakable. She hated that she was dragging him into whatever was happening to her, but she knew she couldn't face it alone. Her mother arrived just past noon, carrying a basket of homemade tamales and a pot of her famous albondigas soup. She hugged Sophia tightly, her hands trembling slightly, and Sophia could tell something was wrong. Her mother's usual warmth was overshadowed by a tense, almost haunted look in her eyes. They sat together at the kitchen table, the soup steaming between them, but Sophia couldn't bring herself to eat. The weight of her mother's silence was unbearable. "Mama," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper, Something's happening to me." Her mother's hand stilled, and for a long moment she said nothing. Then, with a heavy sigh, she reached across the table and took Sophia's hands in her own. Her grip was firm, almost desperate, and Sophia could see tears welling in her eyes. "There's something I've never told you," her mother began, her voice trembling. "Something I swore I would never speak of again. But now that you're getting married, I can't keep it from you any longer." She paused, as if gathering her strength, and Sophia felt a cold knot of dread tighten in her stomach. Our family is cursed." The word hung in the air like a dark omen. Sophia stared at her mother, her mind racing. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice shaking. Her mother took a deep breath, her grip on Sophia's hands tightening. "For generations, every Lopez who marries dies on their wedding night," her mother said, her voice barely audible. "Your father, he was the first. He disappeared into the woods the night we married. They found his clothes, torn and bloodied, but they never found him." She paused, tears streaming down her face. "My father drowned in his bathtub. My uncle was crushed by a falling chandelier. Every single person in our family who has married has met a terrible, violent end." Sophia's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. "Why didn't you tell me?" she demanded, her voice rising. Her mother flinched but didn't let go of her hands. "I wanted to protect you," she whispered. "I thought if I never spoke of it, if I never let you know, the curse might pass you by. But now, with your engagement," she trailed off, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I'm so sorry, Mija. I thought I was doing the right thing." Sophia felt like the room was spinning around her. She had always known there were unspoken secrets in her family, but she had never imagined something like this. "How do we stop it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Her mother shook her head. "I don't know," she admitted. "Your abuela told me that it started with our ancestor, Maria Lopez. She made a deal with something evil. But that's all I know. I've been too afraid to look into it, afraid of what I might find." Alejandro appeared in the doorway, his face pale and drawn. He had clearly overheard everything. "We'll figure this out," he said firmly, stepping into the room. "We'll find a way to break this curse, no matter what it takes." Sophia looked at him, tears streaming down her face, and felt a flicker of hope. But that night, the nightmares returned. She was back in the forest, the shadowy figure waiting for her. This time, it spoke clearly, its voice a low, guttural growl. "You cannot escape what is meant to be," it said, its glowing eyes boring into her. "The pact must be honored." She woke up screaming, her arms covered in fresh scratches, the emerald ring glowing faintly on her finger. Alejandro held her as she sobbed, whispering promises that they would find a way to break the curse. But Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The wedding was only weeks away, and the shadowy figure's words echoed in her mind. The pact must be honored. She knew they had to act fast, or she would be the next victim of the Lopez family curse. The next morning, Sophia woke with a resolve she hadn't felt in days. The weight of the curse still pressed heavily on her, but she refused to let it define her. She and Alejandro drove to the local archives, a crumbling building on the edge of town that housed old records, newspapers, and family histories. The air inside was musty, and the faint smell of mildew lingered in the corners. The archivist, an elderly man with thick glasses and a stooped posture, eyed them curiously as they explained their purpose. They spent hours combing through dusty records, their fingers growing blackened from the old, brittle pages. Sophia's heart sank as they uncovered a grim pattern, death after death on wedding nights, each more violent than the last. Her grandfather, drowned in his bathtub. Her great-uncle, crushed by a falling chandelier. Her great-aunt, found with her throat slit in her bridal suite. The details were gruesome, and with each new discovery, Sophia felt a knot tighten in her stomach. It was one thing to hear about the curse from her mother, but seeing the evidence laid out before her made it all too real. Alejandro, ever the optimist, tried to reassure her. "We'll find a way to stop this," he said, his voice steady. But Sophia could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched as he read about the horrors her family had endured. She appreciated his unwavering support, but she couldn't shake the fear that they were digging into something far beyond their understanding. Their search led them to a faded, yellowed newspaper article from 1887. It mentioned a Maria Lopez, a woman rumored to have practiced forbidden rituals in the nearby woods. The article was cryptic, hinting at whispers of dark deals and unexplained tragedies. But it was the first real lead they had found. Sophia felt a flicker of hope as she carefully set the article aside, her hands trembling slightly. The archivist, overhearing their conversation, approached them hesitantly. "Maria Lopez," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "She's a legend around here. Some say she made a pact with the devil himself." Sophia's breath caught in her throat, and she exchanged a glance with Alejandro. "If you want to learn more," the archivist continued, "you might want to check the Lopez family records. They're stored in the back." The Lopez family records were kept in a heavy, rusted metal box that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. Inside, they found a collection of old photographs, letters, and documents. Among them was a photograph of Maria Lopez herself, taken sometime in the late 1800s. She was a stern-looking woman with dark, piercing eyes, standing in front of a forested backdrop. In her hand, she held a pendant shaped like a coiled serpent, its intricate details catching the dim light of the archives. Sophia's heart raced as she stared at the pendant. It looked eerily similar to the visions she had been having, the shadowy figure always accompanied by the faint glint of metal. "This has to be significant," she whispered, turning to Alejandro. He nodded, his expression serious. "We need to find out what this pendant is and why Maria had it." They spent the rest of the afternoon piecing together Maria's story from the fragmented records. She had lived during a time of great hardship, her family struggling to survive. According to one letter, she had ventured into the woods one night and returned with newfound wealth, but the details of how she had acquired it were vague. Another document mentioned a strange illness that had plagued the town shortly after, followed by a series of unexplained deaths. As they delved deeper, Sophia felt a growing sense of unease. The more she learned about Maria, the more she felt like they were uncovering something they weren't meant to know. The final piece of the puzzle came in the form of a diary entry, its handwriting shaky and hurried. Maria wrote of a night when she had been desperate and vulnerable, wandering into the woods and encountering a hooded figure. "I made a deal," the entry read, "but now I see the cost. The serpent devours its own tail." The words sent a chill down Sophia's spine. She knew, without a doubt, that Maria's deal was the origin of the curse. But how had it started, and why had it remained unbroken for so long? Alejandro closed the box of records, his face pale but determined. "We'll figure this out," he said, his voice firm. "Whatever it takes, we'll break this curse." As they left the archives, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the town. Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, the shadowy figure from her dreams lurking just out of sight. The pendant in the photograph haunted her thoughts, and she knew they had to find it. But the question remained, where was it now, and what would happen when they found it? The next day, Sophia and Alejandro drove to her childhood home, a modest house on the outskirts of town. The air was heavy with the scent of rain, and the sky threatened to open up at any moment. Her mother had left the door unlocked for them, and the house felt eerily quiet as they stepped inside. The familiar smells of her mother's cooking and the faint trace of lavender hung in the air, but the usual warmth was overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. They made their way to the attic, a cramped space filled with dusty boxes and forgotten heirlooms. Sophia's heart raced as she scanned the room, her eyes landing on an old wooden chest tucked into the corner. It was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the lock was rusted shut. Alejandro found a hammer in the toolbox and pried the lock open with a loud creak. Inside, they found a collection of old books, yellowed photographs, and a small, leather-bound diary. The diary was delicate, its pages brittle and the ink faded in places. Sophia handled it carefully, her fingers trembling as she opened it to the first page. The handwriting was neat but hurried, the words flowing in a steady stream. It was Maria's diary, written over a century ago, and as Sophia began to read, she felt as though she was stepping into the past. Maria's words were filled with desperation, her entries detailing the hardships her family faced and the lengths she went to in order to survive. One entry stood out, the handwriting more frantic than the others. Maria wrote of a night when she had wandered into the woods, driven by despair and hunger. She described a clearing where she had encountered a hooded figure, its face obscured but its voice low and hypnotic. "It offered me a deal," Maria wrote, "wealth and power beyond measure, but I was too desperate to question the cost." Sophia's hands shook as she read the words, the shadowy figure from her dreams suddenly feeling all too real. The next few entries were cryptic, describing Maria's newfound prosperity but also a growing sense of unease. She wrote of strange occurrences in the house, whispers in the night, and a feeling of being watched. The pendant she had been given, the serpent-shaped one from the photograph, seemed to be at the center of it all. Maria described it as both a blessing and a curse, a symbol of the pact she had made, but also a constant reminder of the price she would have to pay. As they delved deeper into the diary, the entries grew darker. Maria wrote of a strange illness that had swept through the town, claiming lives indiscriminately. She blamed herself, convinced that the pact she had made was the cause. "The serpent devours its own tail," she wrote, the words underlined heavily. "It feeds on the lifeblood of those who bear its mark." Sophia felt a chill run down her spine as she read the words, the scratches on her arm suddenly burning as if in response. The final entry was the most chilling of all. Maria wrote of a vision she had had, a glimpse of a future where her descendants were doomed to suffer the same fate she had brought upon herself. "I made a bargain I cannot undo," she wrote, her handwriting barely legible. "The curse will live on, passed from generation to generation, until the debt is paid." Sophia's breath caught in her throat as she read the words, the weight of Maria's legacy pressing down on her. Alejandro placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. "We'll find a way to break it," he said, his voice steady. "We have to." Sophia nodded, her eyes still fixed on the diary. She knew they were running out of time, but the answers they needed were here, buried in the words of her ancestor. They spent the rest of the afternoon combing through the attic, searching for anything that might give them more information about the pendant or the curse. As the sun began to set, they found a small, velvet pouch tucked into the corner of the chest. Inside was a single, silver key. Sophia turned it over in her hands, her brow furrowed. "What do you think it opens?" she asked. Alejandro examined it closely, his expression thoughtful. "It looks old," he said. "Maybe it's something in the house." They searched the attic for any sign of a locked drawer or compartment, but found nothing. The key's purpose remained a mystery, but Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that it was important. She slipped it into her pocket, the cold metal pressing against her skin. As they left the attic, the air in the house felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in on them. Sophia knew they were getting closer to the truth, but the shadowy figure in her dreams felt more present than ever, its whispers growing louder with each passing day. That night, Sophia's dreams were worse than before. She was back in the forest, the shadowy figure standing before her, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. "You cannot escape," it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "The pact must be honored." She awoke with a gasp, her heart pounding in her chest. The emerald ring on her finger glowed faintly, the light pulsing like a heartbeat. She knew they were running out of time, but the key and the diary had given them a glimmer of hope. They just had to follow the trail before it was too late. The forest loomed ahead, its dense canopy blocking out the sun and casting the ground in shadow. Sophia stood at the edge, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the distant call of a crow sent a shiver down her spine. Alejandro stood beside her, his face pale but determined. They had decided to venture into the woods together, following the trail left by Maria's diary. It was a desperate move, but they knew they had no other choice. The path was barely visible, overgrown with thick brush and twisted roots. They moved slowly, their footsteps crunching on the dry leaves underfoot. The forest seemed alive, the trees twisting unnaturally as if watching their every move. Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed, the shadowy figure from her dreams lurking just out of sight. The emerald ring on her finger glowed faintly, its light casting an eerie green hue on the ground. As they walked, Sophia recounted what they had learned from the diary. Maria had come here in desperation, driven by the need to save her family from starvation. She had encountered the hooded figure in a clearing, and it was there that she had made her ill-fated deal. Sophia couldn't help but wonder if they were walking the same path, if the same force that had ensnared Maria was waiting for them. The thought made her stomach churn, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. They reached the clearing as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky turning shades of orange and purple. The clearing was unnaturally silent, the usual sounds of the forest absent. In the center stood a large, gnarled tree, its twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. Sophia's breath caught in her throat as she noticed something glinting in the roots of the tree. It was the pendant, the serpent-shaped one from the photograph, its surface tarnished but unmistakable. She approached it slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. As she reached for the pendant, a cold wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the last rays of sunlight. The shadows seemed to deepen, and Sophia felt a sudden, searing pain in her chest. She stumbled back, clutching at the emerald ring as it began to glow brighter, its light almost blinding. Alejandro rushed to her side, his face etched with concern. The air grew heavy, and the hooded figure from Sophia's dreams materialized before them, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. "You should not have come here," it hissed, its voice echoing with a hollow, otherworldly quality. Sophia felt a surge of fear, but she stood her ground, her determination outweighing her terror. "We know what you did to Maria," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "We're here to end this curse." The figure let out a low, guttural laugh, the sound sending chills down Sophia's spine. "The curse cannot be broken," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "The pact was made, and it must be honored. The serpent devours its own tail." Alejandro stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "There must be a way to undo it. Tell us what you want." The figure tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing. "A sacrifice," it said, its voice cold and calculating. "A life for a life. That is the price." Sophia's heart sank, her mind racing. She knew what it was asking, and the thought made her stomach churn. Alejandro turned to her, his expression grim. "We'll find another way," he said, his voice firm. "We're not losing anyone." But the figure's laughter echoed through the clearing, the sound harsh and mocking. "You cannot escape fate," it said, its voice fading into the shadows. The air grew still, and the pendant lay on the ground, its surface gleaming faintly in the fading light. Sophia picked it up, feeling a strange, heavy weight in her chest. The serpent's eyes seemed to glitter, as if alive, and she knew they were running out of time. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed even darker, the trees closing in around them. Sophia couldn't shake the figure's words, the idea of a sacrifice hanging over her like a dark cloud. She knew they had to find another way, but the pendant in her hand was a reminder of the pact they were trying to undo. The shadows seemed to follow them as they made their way back to the car, the whispers in the wind growing louder. When they reached the car, the moon was high in the sky, casting an eerie silver light over the forest. Sophia sat in silence, clutching the pendant in her hand. Alejandro started the engine, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. "We'll figure this out," he said, his voice steady. "We'll find a way to break the curse without anyone getting hurt." Sophia nodded, but the weight of the pendant in her hand told her otherwise. That night, as she lay in bed, the pendant seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light. Sophia's dreams were filled with visions of the clearing, the hooded figure standing before her, its voice echoing in the darkness. "The sacrifice must be made," it whispered, its voice cold and unyielding. She awoke with a gasp, her heart pounding in her chest. The emerald ring on her finger glowed faintly, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. She knew they were running out of time, and the pendant was the key to ending the curse no matter the cost. The next morning, Sophia and Alejandro drove to the edge of town, where an old, ramshackle house stood hidden among overgrown trees. It was rumored to belong to a woman who knew about the occult, a reclusive figure who had lived in the area for decades. The house was weathered, its paint peeling and its roof sagging, but there was an eerie stillness about it that made Sophia's skin crawl. They hesitated at the gate, exchanging uneasy glances, before pushing it open with a loud creak. The garden was wild, filled with tangled vines and strange plants that seemed to twist unnaturally as they passed. The air smelled of earth and herbs, and the faint sound of wind chimes echoed in the distance. As they approached the porch, the front door swung open on its own, revealing a dimly lit interior. A woman stood in the doorway, her face partially obscured by shadows. She was older, her hair streaked with gray, but her eyes were sharp and piercing. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice low and gravelly. Sophia felt a chill run down her spine as the woman stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The inside of the house was cluttered, filled with shelves of jars containing strange substances, old books, and various trinkets. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the faint hum of energy seemed to pulse through the room. Sophia felt as though they had stepped into another world. The woman, who introduced herself as Elena, motioned for them to sit at a small wooden table. She studied them intently, her eyes lingering on the emerald ring on Sophia's finger. "You've been marked," she said, her voice somber. "The curse is strong, but not unbreakable." Sophia's heart leapt at the words, but Elena's expression remained grave. "Breaking it will come at a price," she warned. "Are you prepared for what that might entail?" Sophia nodded, her determination outweighing her fear. "We'll do whatever it takes," she said, her voice steady. Alejandro reached for her hand, his grip firm. Elena watched them for a moment before nodding, her expression softening slightly. "Very well," she said, "but you must understand the origins of the curse to have any hope of breaking it." She stood and moved to a shelf, pulling down an ancient, leather-bound book. Elena placed the book on the table, its pages yellowed and brittle. She flipped through them carefully, stopping at an illustration of a serpent coiled around a tree, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "This is the symbol of the curse," she explained. "It represents the pact your ancestor made, a deal that binds your family to an entity that thrives on sacrifice." Sophia's stomach churned as Elena continued, her words confirming their worst fears. Elena explained that the entity, known as El Serpentino, had existed for centuries, preying on those who were desperate enough to make deals with it. Maria Lopez had been one of its many victims, but her bargain had gone deeper than most. "She not only sacrificed herself," Elena said, her voice heavy, "but also her descendants. The curse ensures that the debt is paid through each generation, feeding the serpent's hunger." Sophia felt a wave of despair, but Elena's next words gave her a flicker of hope. "There is a way to break the curse," she said, her eyes meeting Sophia's. "But it will require great courage and sacrifice. You must confront El Serpentino directly, in the place where the pact was made. Only there can you sever the bond." Alejandro leaned forward, his expression serious. "What kind of sacrifice?" he asked. Elena's gaze was unflinching. "The entity demands a life," she said, "but it can be deceived. If you offer something of equal value, something tied to the pact, it may accept the bargain." She gestured to the emerald ring on Sophia's finger. "That ring is a key. It is tied to the curse, and it may serve as a substitute for a life." Sophia's heart raced as she looked down at the ring, its faint glow seeming to pulse in response. Elena handed her a small vial filled with a dark, viscous liquid. "This is a potion made from the blood of the forest," she explained. "It will protect you from the entity's influence, but its effects are temporary. You must act quickly." Sophia took the vial, her hands trembling. Elena's expression softened, and she placed a hand on Sophia's shoulder. "Be brave," she said. "The path ahead is dangerous, but you have the strength to see it through." As they left the house, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ground. Sophia clutched the vial and the pendant in her hands, her mind racing. She knew what they had to do, but the thought of facing the entity again filled her with dread. Alejandro squeezed her hand, his touch grounding her. "We'll do this together," he said, his voice steady. Sophia nodded, her determination returning. That night, as they prepared for their return to the forest, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The emerald ring glowed faintly, its light casting an eerie green hue on the walls. She knew the entity was waiting for them, its presence growing stronger with each passing moment. The vial of potion sat on the table, a reminder of the battle ahead. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. The forest was eerily quiet as Sophia and Alejandro stepped into the clearing, the moon casting a pale silver light over the gnarled tree at its center. The air was heavy with tension, and every sound seemed amplified: the crunch of leaves underfoot, the rustling of branches in the wind, the faint whisper of something unseen. Sophia clutched the pendant and the vial of potion in her hands, her heart pounding in her chest. Alejandro stayed close, his presence a steady anchor in the growing darkness. They approached the tree, its twisted branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The ground beneath it was bare, the soil dark and damp. Sophia knelt down, her fingers brushing against the roots as she placed the pendant on the ground. The serpent's eyes seemed to gleam in the moonlight, and she felt a sudden, searing pain in her chest. The emerald ring on her finger glowed brighter, its light casting an eerie green hue on the clearing. The air grew colder, and the shadows around them deepened. Sophia felt a presence behind her, and she turned slowly to see the hooded figure standing at the edge of the clearing. Its glowing eyes pierced the darkness, and its voice echoed with a hollow, otherworldly quality. "You have returned," it said, its tone cold and mocking. "Have you come to fulfill the pact?" Sophia stood her ground, her voice trembling but firm. "We've come to end it." The figure let out a low, guttural laugh, the sound sending chills down Sophia's spine. "The pact cannot be broken," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "The serpent devours its own tail. The debt must be paid." Alejandro stepped forward, his expression grim. "We're offering this instead," he said, gesturing to the pendant. "It's tied to the curse. Take it and leave her alone." The figure tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing as it examined the pendant. For a moment, the clearing was silent, the tension thick enough to cut. Then the figure spoke again, its voice low and calculating. "This item is of value," it said, "but it is not enough. The pact demands a life." Sophia felt a wave of despair, but she remembered Elena's words. "Then take this," she said, holding up the emerald ring. "It's tied to the curse. It's all we have." The figure's gaze lingered on the ring, its expression unreadable. Sophia's heart raced as it reached out, its shadowy hand hovering over the glowing gem. The air grew heavy, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift. The figure's voice echoed through the clearing, its tone almost amused. "You offer the key to the curse," it said. "But are you willing to part with it? Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Sophia hesitated, her mind racing. The ring had been in her family for generations, a symbol of the curse but also a connection to her ancestors. Letting it go felt like losing a part of herself, but she knew it was the only way. "Take it," she said, her voice steady. "End this." The figure's glowing eyes narrowed, and it let out a low, guttural laugh. "Very well," it said. "But know this, the serpent is not easily appeased. The debt may be paid, but the mark remains." As the figure closed its hand around the ring, a surge of energy swept through the clearing, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Sophia felt a searing pain in her chest, and she stumbled back, clutching at the scars on her arm. The emerald light of the ring flickered and faded, and the figure began to dissolve into the shadows, its voice echoing one last time. "The pact is fulfilled, but the curse will linger. The serpent's mark cannot be erased." The clearing fell silent, the air heavy with the aftermath of the confrontation. Sophia collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion and relief. Alejandro knelt beside her, his hands gripping her shoulders. "It's over," he said, his voice steady. "You did it." Sophia nodded, but the weight of the figure's words lingered in her mind. The curse was broken, but the mark remained a reminder of the price they had paid. They stayed in the clearing for a while, the moonlight casting a pale glow over the gnarled tree. Sophia felt a strange sense of emptiness, the absence of the ring leaving a void she hadn't expected. But she also felt a flicker of hope, the knowledge that the curse had been lifted, giving her the strength to stand. Alejandro helped her to her feet, his presence a calming force in the aftermath of the encounter. As they made their way back through the forest, the air seemed lighter, the shadows less threatening. But Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't entirely free. The scars on her arms still burned faintly, a reminder of the mark that remained. The serpent's hunger had been satisfied, but its legacy lived on. She knew they still had work to do, but for the first time, she felt like they had a chance. That night, as she lay in bed, Sophia's dreams were quieter, the shadowy figure absent but the scars on her arms still pulsing faintly. The emerald ring was gone, but its light lingered in her memory. She knew the fight wasn't over, but for now, they had won a small victory. The curse had been broken, and the pact fulfilled. The rest, she told herself, they would face together. The days that followed the confrontation in the forest passed in a strange, unsteady haze. Sophia felt both relieved and uneasy, the absence of the emerald ring a constant reminder of the price they had paid. The scars on her arms still burned faintly, a lingering mark of the curse they had broken but not entirely escaped. Alejandro stayed by her side, his presence a steady anchor as they tried to piece together what came next. They had won a victory, but the weight of the past still hung over them. They returned to Elena's house, hoping the old woman could offer some clarity. The air inside was just as heavy with incense as before, and Elena's sharp eyes studied them intently as Sophia recounted what had happened in the clearing. The old woman listened in silence, her expression unreadable until Sophia mentioned the figure's final words, "The mark remains." At that, Elena's face darkened, and she leaned back in her chair with a heavy sigh. "The curse may be broken," she said, her voice grave, "but the serpent's mark is not so easily removed. It binds you to its legacy, a reminder of the pact that was made." Sophia's heart sank, but she pressed on. "Is there any way to get rid of it?" she asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Elena hesitated, her gaze distant as if searching her memory for an answer. "There may be a way," she said finally, "but it will not be easy, and it will not be without risk." She explained that the serpent's mark could only be removed by a ritual one that involved confronting the entity one final time. "The mark is a connection to El Serpentino," she said, "and it draws strength from your fear. To sever it, you must face it again, but this time on your own terms." Sophia felt a chill run down her spine, the thought of confronting the entity again filling her with dread. But she knew she had no choice. The mark was a reminder of the curse, and she couldn't live with it hanging over her. Elena handed her a small bundle of dried herbs and a vial of a thick, silvery liquid. "The herbs will protect you during the ritual," she explained. "The liquid is a potion made from moonlight and silver. It will weaken the entity's hold on you, but you must be careful. The serpent is cunning, and it will not let go without a fight." Sophia took the items, her hands trembling slightly. Alejandro reached for her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. "We'll do this together," he said, his voice steady. But Elena shook her head. "This is something Sophia must do alone," she said, her tone final. "The mark is tied to her, and only she can sever the connection. You can support her, but the ritual must be hers to perform." Alejandro looked uneasy, but he nodded reluctantly. Sophia felt a surge of fear, but she knew Elena was right. This was her burden to bear, her connection to the curse to break. They spent the next few days preparing for the ritual, gathering the necessary materials and steeling themselves for what was to come. The night of the ritual was moonless, the sky a deep, inky black. They returned to the clearing, the gnarled trees standing as a grim sentinel in the darkness. Sophia lit the herbs, their smoke curling into the air with a sharp, earthy scent. She drank the silvery potion, its coldness spreading through her veins like ice. The air grew heavy, and the shadows around her seemed to come alive. Sophia felt the serpent's presence before she saw it, the familiar, oppressive weight of its gaze pressing down on her. The hooded figure materialized before her, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. "You return," it hissed, its voice cold and mocking. "Do you seek to break what cannot be broken?" Sophia stood her ground, her voice trembling but firm. "I'm here to free myself from your mark," she said. "I'm here to end this." The figure tilted its head, its expression unreadable. "The mark is a bond," it said, its voice low and calculating. "To sever it, you must offer something of equal value. What do you offer?" Sophia hesitated, her mind racing. She had prepared for this question, but the weight of it still terrified her. "I offer my memories of the curse," she said finally. "The pain, the fear, the debt. Take them and release me." The figure's glowing eyes narrowed, and it let out a low, guttural laugh. "A fair bargain," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "But know this, once the mark is removed, you will be free, but the past will remain. The serpent's hunger will live on." Sophia nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I understand," she said. The figure reached out, its shadowy hand hovering over the scars on her arm. The air grew colder, and a surge of energy swept through the clearing. As the figure's hand closed over the scars, a searing pain shot through Sophia's arm, and she cried out, clutching at the burning skin. The smoke from the herbs swirled around her, and the silvery potion in her veins seemed to ignite, its coldness turning to fire. The figure's voice echoed in the darkness, its final words chilling. "The mark is removed," it said, "but the serpent's hunger will never cease." And with that, it dissolved into the shadows, leaving the clearing eerily silent. Sophia collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The scars on her arm were gone, the skin smooth and unmarked, but she felt a strange emptiness, as if a part of her had been carved away. Alejandro rushed to her side, his hands gripping her shoulders. "It's over," he said, his voice steady. "You did it." Sophia nodded, but the figure's final words lingered in her mind. The mark was gone, but the serpent's hunger remained a reminder that the fight was never truly over. The days following the ritual were quiet, but Sophia couldn't shake the unease that settled in her chest. The mark was gone, her arm smooth and unblemished, but the serpent's final words haunted her. "The serpent's hunger will never cease." It felt like a shadow still lingered over her, a reminder that the curse's legacy was far from over. Alejandro tried to reassure her, pointing out that they had broken the pact and removed the mark, but Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. They returned to Elena's house, hoping the old woman could offer some insight. The air inside was thick with the scent of herbs, and Elena listened intently as Sophia recounted the events of the ritual. When she mentioned the serpent's final words, Elena's expression darkened. "The serpent's hunger is its nature," she explained. "It is eternal, and it does not end simply because the curse is broken. But that doesn't mean it has power over you." Her words offered little comfort, and Sophia felt a growing sense of frustration. Elena handed her a worn, leather-bound book, its pages filled with handwritten notes and illustrations. "This contains everything I know about El Serpentino," she said. "If you want to understand its legacy, this is where you must start." Sophia took the book, its weight heavy in her hands. She felt both daunted and determined, knowing that the answers she sought might lie within its pages. Alejandro stayed by her side, his support a quiet reminder that she wasn't alone in this. For days, Sophia pored over the book, its pages revealing a history that was far more complex than she had imagined. El Serpentino was not just a curse, it was a force that had existed for centuries, feeding on the desperation of those who made deals with it. The book detailed countless stories of pacts made and broken, of lives lost and legacies tainted. Sophia began to see the curse not as an isolated event, but as part of a larger, darker pattern, one that stretched far beyond her family. As she read, Sophia began to piece together a plan. The serpent's hunger might be eternal, but its power could be contained. The book mentioned an ancient artifact, a silver chalice engraved with symbols of protection that had been used to weaken the entity in the past. The chalice had been lost for centuries, but Sophia felt a flicker of hope. If they could find it, they might be able to ensure that the serpent's hunger didn't claim any more victims. Alejandro was hesitant, worried about the risks involved. "We've already faced so much," he said, his voice tinged with concern. "Is this really necessary?" Sophia understood his reluctance, but she couldn't let it go. "If we don't do this, someone else might fall into the serpent's trap," she said. "I can't let that happen." Alejandro nodded reluctantly, his expression grim but determined. They would see this through, no matter the cost. The search for the chalice led them to an old, crumbling chapel on the outskirts of town. The chapel was overgrown with vines, its stone walls weathered and cracked. Inside, the air was heavy with dust and decay, the remnants of a place long forgotten. Sophia felt a strange sense of connection as they stepped inside, as if the chapel held answers they had been searching for. They moved carefully, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The chalice was hidden in a small, dimly lit chamber beneath the chapel's altar. It was smaller than Sophia had imagined, its silver surface tarnished but still gleaming faintly in the light. The symbols engraved on its surface were intricate, their meaning unclear but undeniably powerful. Sophia felt a surge of hope as she held it, the weight of it reassuring in her hands. This was the key to containing the serpent's hunger, to ensuring that its legacy didn't claim any more lives. But as they left the chapel, the air grew colder, and the shadows around them seemed to shift unnaturally. Sophia felt a familiar presence, the oppressive weight of El Serpentino's gaze pressing down on her. The entity's voice echoed in the darkness, its words chilling. "You cannot escape the serpent's hunger," it hissed. "It is eternal, and it will find you." Sophia clutched the chalice tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. "We're not running," she said, her voice steady. "We're going to stop you." The figure materialized before them, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It reached out, its shadowy hand hovering over the chalice. "You cannot contain what cannot be contained," it said, its voice cold and mocking. Sophia felt a surge of fear, but she stood her ground, her determination outweighing her terror. "We'll see about that," she said. The figure's gaze lingered on her for a moment before it dissolved into the shadows, leaving the air heavy with tension. As they made their way back to the car, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The chalice's weight in her hands was both a comfort and a reminder of the battle ahead. Alejandro stayed close, his presence a steady anchor in the growing darkness. They both knew this wasn't over, that the serpent's hunger was still a threat. But for the first time, Sophia felt like they had a real chance to end its legacy. That night, as they prepared for what came next, Sophia couldn't help but think of Maria. Her ancestor had been desperate, driven by the need to save her family, but her decision had left a mark that persisted for generations. Sophia didn't blame her. She understood that the choices people made in desperation weren't always their own. But she was determined to break the cycle, to ensure that the serpent's hunger didn't claim any more lives. The chalice was a symbol of that hope, a reminder that they could fight back. As she lay in bed, the chalice resting on the table beside her, Sophia's mind was restless. The serpent's final words echoed in her thoughts, but she refused to let them define her. They had come so far, faced so much, and she wasn't about to give up now. The chalice was a weapon, a tool to weaken the entity's hold, but it was also a symbol of their resilience. The curse might have left a legacy, but it didn't have to be the end of the story. The chalice rested on the table between them, its tarnished silver surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. Sophia and Alejandro sat in silence, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down on them. The chalice was their last hope, the key to containing the serpent's hunger and ending its legacy once and for all. But they both knew it wouldn't be easy. The entity was powerful, and it wouldn't go down without a fight. The air in the room was heavy with tension, the silence broken only by the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Sophia traced the intricate symbols on the chalice with her fingers, their meaning still unclear to her. They felt ancient, imbued with a power that she couldn't fully comprehend. She had read through Elena's book again, trying to piece together the ritual they needed to perform, but the instructions were vague and incomplete. They would have to rely on instinct and hope that the chalice's power would guide them. Alejandro reached across the table, his hand covering hers. "We'll figure this out," he said, his voice steady. "Together." That night, they returned to the forest, the chalice clutched tightly in Sophia's hands. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine, and the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the clearing where the gnarled tree stood. The tree seemed even more twisted than before, its branches reaching out like claws in the darkness. Sophia felt a chill run down her spine as they approached, the weight of the serpent's presence pressing down on her. But she knew they couldn't turn back now. They placed the chalice at the base of the tree, its silver surface catching the moonlight. Sophia began the ritual, her voice trembling but steady as she recited the words from Elena's book. The air grew colder, and the shadows around them seemed to come alive. The ground beneath their feet shifted, and the tree's branches began to creak and groan as if alive. Sophia's heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her focus, her voice growing stronger as she called upon the chalice's power. The serpent's presence grew stronger, its oppressive weight filling the clearing. The hooded figure materialized before them, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. "You cannot contain me," it hissed, its voice cold and mocking. "The serpent's hunger is eternal." Sophia stood her ground, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to consume her. "We're not here to contain you," she said. "We're here to stop you." The figure reached out, its shadowy hand hovering over the chalice. A surge of energy swept through the clearing, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Sophia felt the chalice's power awaken, its silver surface glowing with an intense, blinding light. The air grew heavier, and the shadows around them began to dissolve, consumed by the chalice's light. The figure let out a low, guttural laugh, its voice echoing in the darkness. "You cannot destroy what cannot be destroyed," it said, its tone dripping with malice. But Sophia didn't falter. She stepped forward, her hands gripping the chalice tightly. "We may not be able to destroy you," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to consume her. "But we can weaken you. We can make sure you don't claim any more lives." The chalice's light grew brighter, its power surging through the clearing. The figure's form began to waver, its shadowy edges dissolving into the light. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and it let out a final chilling laugh before it vanished completely. The clearing fell silent, the air heavy with the aftermath of the ritual. Sophia collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The chalice's light faded, its silver surface dull and tarnished once more. But the weight of the serpent's presence was gone, its oppressive energy lifted from the clearing. Alejandro knelt beside her, his hands gripping her shoulders. "It's over," he said, his voice steady. "You did it." Sophia nodded, but the weight of the serpent's final words lingered in her mind. "The serpent's hunger is eternal," it had said, and she knew that its legacy would never truly be erased. But they had weakened it, contained its power, and ensured that it wouldn't claim any more lives. The chalice was a symbol of their victory, a reminder that they had stood against the darkness and won. She knew the fight wasn't over, but for the first time, she felt like they had a chance to build a future free from its shadow. They stayed in the clearing for a while, the moonlight casting a pale glow over the gnarled tree. Sophia felt a strange sense of peace, the weight of the curse lifted from her shoulders. The scars on her arm were gone, the ring was no longer a part of her, and the serpent's mark was erased. But the memories remained, a reminder of the battles they had fought and the sacrifices they had made. She knew they would carry those memories with them, but they wouldn't let them define their future. As they made their way back through the forest, the air seemed lighter, the shadows less threatening. The serpent's hunger had been contained, its power weakened, but Sophia knew it wasn't truly gone. It was a part of the world, a force that would always exist. But it didn't have to control them anymore. They had faced it, broken its hold, and ensured that its legacy wouldn't claim any more lives. The chalice was a symbol of their resilience, a reminder that they could stand against the darkness and win. That night, as she lay in bed, Sophia's dreams were quieter, the shadowy figure absent but the memories of the battles still fresh in her mind. She knew the fight wasn't over, but for now, they had won a small victory. The serpent's hunger had been contained, and its legacy no longer loomed over her. The chalice rested on the table beside her, its silver surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. It was a reminder of their strength, their determination, and their ability to face even the darkest of forces. And for the first time in a long time, Sophia felt at peace. The cursed lineage. Juan Perez had always dreamed of the day he would walk across the stage, his cap and gown crisp, the weight of his achievements finally validated. Graduation was more than just a milestone. It was a promise of a future free from the shadows of his family's past. But as the day drew nearer, a creeping unease began to settle in his chest, a gnawing dread he couldn't quite place. The nightmares started a week before the ceremony. At first, they were fragmented blurred faces, distant whispers, and the faint sound of a woman weeping. But as the nights wore on, they grew more vivid, more horrifying. He found himself standing in a decrepit chapel, its walls blackened with age and decay. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and burning candles. Shadowy figures encircled him, their voices rising in a chant that sent shivers down his spine. At the center of the room stood a figure clad in a black cloak, its face obscured by darkness. In its hand glinted a dagger, and before one could move, it plunged the blade into his chest. He woke up gasping, his sheets drenched in sweat. By the fifth night, the dreams had taken on a life of their own. He saw his family members, his uncle, his grandfather, even his younger sister slain in grotesque, unimaginable ways. Their eyes were filled with terror, their mouths forming silent pleas for help. Each morning, Juan woke up feeling weaker, as if the nightmares were draining the life from him. His parents dismissed his concerns as stress-induced hallucinations. "It's just your nerves," his mother said, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. "You've worked so hard for this. It's natural to feel overwhelmed." But Juan couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. On the eve of his graduation, Juan sat alone in his room, staring at the framed photo of his uncle on the dresser. His uncle had died on the night of his own graduation, the victim of a freak accident, or so the family claimed. Juan's grandfather had met a similar fate, struck down by an inexplicable illness. These tragedies had always been spoken of in hushed tones, as if acknowledging them might invite further misfortune. That night, the nightmare returned with a vengeance. This time, the figures in the chapel had faces he recognized. They were his ancestors, their expressions twisted in agony. The cloaked figure stepped forward, its voice a chilling blend of anger and sorrow. "You cannot escape your fate," it hissed. "The bloodline must pay." Juan woke up screaming, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst. The clock on his bedside table read 3:33 a.m., the same time he had woken every night since the dreams began. He grabbed his phone, his hands trembling as he typed a message to his best friend, Sophia. "Something's wrong," he wrote. "I need your help." Sophia arrived at dawn, her brow furrowed with concern. "Tell me everything," she said, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Juan recounted the nightmares, the deaths in his family, and the growing unease that consumed him. Sophia listened in silence, her expression growing more serious with each word. "It's not just stress," she said finally. "There's something unnatural about this. I don't know what it is, but we'll figure it out together." Her words brought a small measure of comfort, but Juan couldn't shake the feeling that he was running out of time. As the sun rose, Juan stood at the window, watching the world awaken. The graduation ceremony was mere hours away, and with it, the promise of a future or a fate he couldn't yet comprehend. The morning of his graduation was unusually cold, a bitter wind cutting through the air as Juan stepped out of the house. The sky was a dull gray, the sun hidden behind a thick layer of clouds that seemed to press down on the earth. He could feel the weight of the day bearing down on him, heavier than ever. His father's words from the night before echoed in his mind, tangled with the horrifying images from his dreams. The graduation ceremony itself was a blur of speeches and applause, the faces of his classmates smiling and proud. Juan tried to focus, to savor the moment he'd worked so hard for, but the gnawing dread in his chest refused to fade. His hands were clammy, his heart racing as if it knew something his mind couldn't yet grasp. After the ceremony, the Perez family gathered in their backyard for a celebratory dinner. The table was laden with his favorite dishes, the air filled with laughter and chatter. Juan forced a smile, trying to appear as though he were enjoying himself, but his mind was elsewhere. He caught his father's eye across the table, and for a brief moment, he saw something flicker in the older man's expression, something like fear. When the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the yard, his father finally approached him. "Juan," he said, his voice low and urgent, "we need to talk. Alone." They retreated to the study, a room Juan rarely entered. The walls were lined with old books and family portraits, their faces staring down at him like silent witnesses. His father closed the door behind them, his hands trembling as he turned to face his son. "There's something you need to know," his father began, his voice barely above a whisper. "Our family, we've been cursed. For generations, every member of the Perez family has died violently on the night of their university graduation." Juan felt the room spin around him. His father's words hung in the air like a death sentence, their weight crushing. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Your uncle," his father continued, his eyes downcast. "He was killed in a car accident after his graduation. Your grandfather, he disappeared that night. His body was found weeks later in a ravine. And my sister, your aunt, she drowned in the river. We tried to tell ourselves it was just bad luck, but it's happened too many times to ignore." Juan's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The nightmares, the deaths, the eerie sense of doom that had been following him, it all made sense now. He sank into a chair, his legs too weak to support him. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, his voice barely audible. His father hesitated, his hands clenched into fists. "We thought if we didn't talk about it, it might go away. But now, with your nightmares, I can't keep this from you any longer." Juan stared at the floor, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. He wanted to scream, to demand answers, but all he could do was sit there, the weight of the curse pressing down on him. "What do I do?" he asked finally, his voice trembling. His father looked at him, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and guilt. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we'll figure it out. Together." Juan nodded, though he felt no sense of reassurance. The curse was real, and it was coming for him. The revelation of the curse hung over Juan like a storm cloud, darkening every moment of what should have been a joyous occasion. That night, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with questions and fears. Sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the shadowy figures from his dreams, their chants echoing in his ears. By dawn, he had made up his mind. He would not sit idly by and wait for the curse to claim him. The next morning, Juan met Sofia at a small, quiet cafe on the edge of town. Her presence was a comfort, her steady gaze and calm demeanor grounding him. Over steaming cups of coffee, he told her everything: the nightmares, his father's confession, the grim history of his family. Sofia listened intently, her expression growing more serious with each passing minute. "This isn't just a curse," she said finally, her voice low and thoughtful. "It's personal. Someone or something has it out for your family. If we're going to stop it, we need to understand what caused it in the first place." Juan nodded, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time since the nightmares began. Together, they began to piece together what they knew. The curse had started generations ago, but the details were hazy, lost in time and secrecy. Juan's father had mentioned Alonso, his great-grandfather, as the one who first encountered the curse. But who was Alonso, and what had he done to bring this wrath upon their family? They started their search at Juan's family home, rummaging through old boxes and forgotten documents in the attic. The air was thick with dust, the dim light filtering through a single cracked window. The attic was a labyrinth of memories, old photo albums, yellowed letters, and trinkets from lives long past. Juan felt a strange sense of reverence as he sifted through the relics, each one a piece of his family's history. It was Sophia who found a small, leather-bound diary tucked away in a wooden chest. The cover was worn, the pages brittle with age. Opening it, they discovered it belonged to Alonso Perez, Juan's great-grandfather. The handwriting was shaky, the ink faded, but the words were unmistakable. "He wrote about a sorcerer," Sophia said, her voice hushed as she read aloud. "He says he betrayed her, stealing something valuable. In return, she cursed his bloodline." Juan's heart pounded as he listened. What did he steal? Sophia flipped through the pages, scanning the entries. "It's not clear. He calls it the relic, but he doesn't describe it. He says it was powerful, something she guarded closely." The diary ended abruptly, the final entry scribbled in a frantic hand. "She will not rest until the debt is paid. The key lies with her. Find her. Find her," Juan repeated, his mind racing. "But who is she? Where is she?" Sophia closed the diary, her expression determined. "We need to find out more about this sorcerer. If she's the one who cursed your family, then she's the key to breaking it." Juan nodded, feeling a spark of determination. They had a lead, however slim, and that was enough to keep him going. The search was far from over, but for the first time, Juan felt a glimmer of hope. They would uncover the truth, no matter how dark or dangerous it might be. The discovery of Alonso's diary was a turning point, but its cryptic entries only deepened the mystery. Juan and Sophia worked late into the night, poring over its pages under the dim light of the attic's single bulb. The diary was a chaotic mix of historical accounts, personal reflections, and desperate pleas, its contents as fragmented as the curse it sought to explain. Alonso's story began with his travels through the remote regions of the country, a young man seeking fortune and adventure. He had ventured into a village deep in the mountains, a place shrouded in superstition and fear. The locals spoke of a powerful sorceress named Maria de las Sombras, a woman who could command the forces of nature and fate itself. She was both revered and feared, her presence a shadow over the village. Intrigued and perhaps driven by greed, Alonso sought her out, determined to learn her secrets. He claimed to have befriended her, gaining her trust over the course of several months. But his intentions were far from noble. In his diary, he wrote of stealing a sacred relic from her, a talisman said to hold immense power. The theft was an act of betrayal, but Alonso justified it as a means to secure his family's prosperity. The consequences were swift and devastating. Maria's wrath was as terrible as her power, and she cursed Alonso and his descendants, vowing that they would suffer for his greed. The diary's final pages were filled with Alonso's despair, his frantic attempts to reverse the curse, and his realization that it was too late. Juan and Sophia sat in silence for a long time after they finished reading, the weight of the diary's revelations heavy in the air. The curse was not some vague, ancient spell, it was a deliberate act of vengeance, a punishment for Alonso's betrayal. "We need to find Maria," Sophia said finally, her voice steady despite the gravity of their discovery. "Or at least, find out what happened to her." Juan nodded, though the idea filled him with unease. "But how? The diary doesn't say where she went, or if she's even still alive." Sophia flipped back through the pages, her eyes scanning the faded ink. "There's something here," she said, pointing to a passage. "Alonso mentions a chapel in the mountains, a place where Maria would go to perform her rituals. If we can find it, we might find answers." The chapel was their only lead, but it was a daunting one. The mountains were vast and treacherous, and even if the chapel still existed, there was no guarantee they would find anything useful there. But Juan knew they had no choice. The next morning, they packed what they needed for the journey: food, water, warm clothing, and a map of the region. Juan's father watched them with a mixture of worry and resignation, his silence more telling than any words could be. As they set out, Juan couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into the unknown, stepping into the very heart of the curse that had haunted his family for generations. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, Juan felt a sense of purpose. They would find Maria, or whatever remained of her, and they would confront the curse head-on. The mountains loomed in the distance, their jagged peaks cutting into the gray sky like the teeth of some ancient beast. Juan and Sophia set off early, the morning air crisp and cold, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and earth. The road twisted and turned, narrowing as they climbed higher, the landscape becoming wilder and more untamed with every mile. By midday, the path had all but disappeared, swallowed by dense undergrowth and rocky terrain. They were forced to continue on foot, their progress slow and arduous. The silence was eerie, broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird or the rustle of leaves in the wind. One couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, though he saw no sign of life beyond the occasional squirrel or lizard darting across their path. Sophia led the way, her eyes fixed on the map as she navigated the twists and turns of the forest. She was calm and methodical, her steady presence a stark contrast to Juan's growing unease. He tried to focus on the task at hand, but his thoughts kept drifting back to Alonso's diary and the sorceress who had cursed his family. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, they finally stumbled upon the chapel. It was a crumbling structure, its stone walls blackened with age and neglect. Vines crawled over its surface, and the roof was partially caved in, allowing beams of light to filter through the gaps. It was a place frozen in time, a relic of a forgotten era. Juan hesitated at the entrance, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around the chapel was thick and heavy, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that made his skin crawl. He glanced at Sophia, who nodded silently, her expression resolute. Together, they stepped inside. The interior was even more decrepit than the outside, the floor littered with debris and the remnants of old pews. The walls were adorned with faded murals, their colors dulled by time, but their subjects still vaguely recognizable, symbols and scenes of fire and blood. At the far end of the chapel stood an altar, its surface blackened and scarred, as if it had been used for something other than prayer. Juan approached the altar cautiously, his footsteps echoing in the hollow silence. There, resting on its surface, was a small, ornate box. It was made of dark wood, intricately carved with symbols that matched those on the chapel walls. He reached out to touch it, but hesitated, a sudden feeling of dread washing over him. "This has to be it," Sophia whispered, her voice barely audible. "The relic Alonso stole." Juan nodded, though he felt no sense of triumph. Opening the box felt like opening Pandora's box, inviting in forces they couldn't control. But they had come this far, and there was no turning back now. With a deep breath, he lifted the lid. Inside was a small, black talisman, its surface smooth and polished, reflecting the dim light. It was unassuming, almost ordinary, but one could feel the power radiating from it, a low, unsettling hum that seemed to vibrate through his bones. For a moment, there was silence. Then, without warning, a cold wind swept through the chapel, extinguishing the faint light and plunging them into darkness. Juan stumbled back, clutching the talisman, as the air around them filled with whispers, voices that spoke in a language he couldn't understand, their tones filled with anger and sorrow. "We need to leave," Sophia said, her voice urgent. "Now." Juan didn't argue. They ran from the chapel, the whispers fading but never quite disappearing, as if the curse had awakened and was now following them back into the world. The talisman weighed heavily in Juan's hand as he and Sophia hurried down the mountain path, the whispers from the chapel still echoing faintly in his mind. The once crisp air now felt charged with an ominous energy, the forest around them unnaturally silent, as if holding its breath. The relic seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its cold surface radiating a strange, unsettling warmth. Sophia kept glancing over her shoulder, her face tense with unease. "We shouldn't," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the crunch of their footsteps on the forest floor. "It feels wrong." Juan didn't reply. He knew she was right, but it was too late to turn back now. The talisman was their only link to Maria and the curse, and they couldn't give up on it, not after everything they'd been through. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that they had awakened something far beyond their understanding. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, the sun had set, leaving the world cloaked in darkness. They made camp in a small clearing, the fire they built doing little to dispel the cold that seemed to seep into their bones. Juan placed the talisman on the ground between them, its black surface glinting ominously in the firelight. Neither of them slept that night. The air was thick with tension, the forest alive with strange sounds, rustling leaves, distant howls, and the occasional whisper that sent shivers down their spines. Juan kept his eyes fixed on the talisman, half expecting it to move or glow or do something inexplicable. But it remained still, its presence a silent, ominous weight. At dawn, they continued their journey back to the village, the talisman now carefully wrapped in a cloth and tucked into Juan's bag. The return trip was a blur, the landscape passing by in a haze of exhaustion and dread. When they finally reached Juan's family home, his father was waiting for them on the porch, his face pale and drawn. "Did you find it?" he asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. Juan nodded, pulling the talisman from his bag and unwrapping it. His father's eyes widened as he stared at it, his hands shaking as he reached out to touch it. "It's real," he whispered, his voice filled with awe and terror. "The relic that started it all." Juan and Sophia exchanged a glance, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. They had the talisman, but they still had no idea how to use it to break the curse. That evening, they gathered in the study, the talisman placed at the center of the table. Juan's father brought out an old family ledger, its pages filled with notes and sketches that had been passed down through generations. The ledger mentioned the talisman only briefly, calling it the heart of the curse, but it offered no clues as to how it could be destroyed or undone. Sophia suggested seeking out someone knowledgeable about curses and ancient magic, perhaps a scholar or another practitioner. Juan agreed, though the thought of entrusting the talisman to a stranger filled him with unease. As the night wore on, the air in the study grew colder, the fire in the hearth flickering weakly despite the logs they added. Juan couldn't shake the feeling that the talisman was watching them, its presence a constant, malevolent force. By morning, they had a plan. They would travel to the city, where a renowned historian specializing in ancient rituals and curses lived. It was a risky move. The talisman could draw attention or worse, but it was their best chance at finding a way to break the curse. As they prepared to leave, Juan couldn't help but wonder if they were walking into another trap, one far more dangerous than the chapel in the mountains. The city was a stark contrast to the quiet village and the foreboding mountains. Its streets buzzed with life, the air filled with the sounds of honking cars, chattering pedestrians, and the distant hum of machinery. Juan and Sophia felt out of place amidst the chaos, their rural sensibilities clashing with the urban sprawl. The talisman, still wrapped in its cloth, felt like a ticking bomb in Juan's bag, its presence a constant reminder of the darkness they carried with them. They found the historian's office in a nondescript building tucked away in a quieter part of the city. The sign on the door read, Dr. Elena Morales, specialist in ancient rituals and folklore. Inside, the office was a labyrinth of bookshelves, each one crammed with leather-bound tomes, yellowed scrolls, and artifacts from cultures long forgotten. A woman in her late 50s sat behind a cluttered desk, her sharp eyes scanning an open manuscript. She looked up as they entered, her expression one of mild curiosity. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice smooth and measured. Juan hesitated, unsure how to begin. Sophia stepped forward, her tone calm and direct. "We need your expertise. We're dealing with something ancient. A curse." Dr. Morales raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair. "A curse, you say? And what makes you think it's something I'd be interested in?" Juan opened his bag and carefully placed the wrapped talisman on the desk. Dr. Morales's eyes widened as he unwrapped it, her curiosity turning to genuine intrigue. She reached for a pair of gloves in her desk drawer, sliding them on before picking up the relic. "Where did you find this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Juan and Sophia exchanged a glance. "In an old chapel in the mountains," Juan replied. "It's tied to a curse on my family." Dr. Morales studied the talisman intently, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings on its surface. "These symbols," she murmured, "they're ancient, older than anything I've seen before. This talisman, it's not just a relic. It's a vessel." "A vessel for what?" Sophia asked, her voice tinged with unease. Dr. Morales looked up, her gaze piercing. "For power. For something far more dangerous than a mere curse. If this is what I think it is, it's tied to Maria de las Sombras, the sorceress. Her name appears in some of the oldest manuscripts I've come across. She was said to have the ability to bind spirits' entities to objects. This talisman could be one of those bindings." Juan's stomach churned at the thought. "Can it be undone?" Dr. Morales hesitated, her expression grave. "It's possible, but it won't be easy. Breaking a binding like this requires a specific ritual, one that involves confronting the entity tied to it. It's dangerous work. If you're not careful, you could end up making things worse." Sophia crossed her arms, her face set with determination. "We don't have a choice. This curse has already taken too much from his family. We have to try." Dr. Morales studied them for a long moment before nodding. "Very well. I'll help you, but you need to understand the risks. The ritual requires 3 things: the talisman, a location of power, and a blood offering. The blood must come from the cursed bloodline wands. And the location. It must be a place where the veil between worlds is thin. A crossroads, or perhaps the chapel where you found this." Juan felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of the chapel. Returning there was the last thing he wanted, but he knew it might be their only option. "There's one more thing," Dr. Morales added, her tone somber. "The ritual will awaken the entity bound to the talisman. You'll have to face it directly, and it won't go down without a fight. If you're not prepared, it could consume you both." The weight of her words settled over them like a heavy blanket. They had no choice but to proceed, but the path ahead was more perilous than ever. As they left the office, the talisman safely tucked away in Juan's bag, Both knew that the real trial was yet to come. The curse was no longer a distant threat, it was a battle they would soon have to face head-on. The journey back to the mountains was somber, the weight of what lay ahead pressing heavily on Juan and Sophia. The talisman, now a constant presence in Juan's bag, seemed to grow heavier with each step, its influence lingering in the air around them. The forest, once familiar, now felt alien, its once welcoming shadows now tinged with menace. They reached the chapel just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, its fading light casting an eerie glow over the crumbling structure. The chapel looked even more foreboding than before, its stone walls blackened like charred bone, the air around it thick with an unnatural stillness. Juan felt a chill run down his spine as he approached the entrance, his heart pounding in his chest. Inside, the chapel was as they had left it, the debris scattered across the floor and the altar standing dark and ominous at the far end. The murals on the walls seemed to come alive in the dim light, their faded colors flickering faintly as if fueled by the talisman's presence. Juan placed the relic on the altar, its black surface glinting faintly in the twilight. Sophia laid out the items Dr. Morales had instructed them to bring: candles, herbs, and a small ceremonial blade. The ritual was simple in theory but fraught with danger. They lit the candles, their flickering flames casting long, wavering shadows across the chapel walls. The herbs were burned, their pungent smoke filling the air with a sharp, earthy scent. Juan took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he picked up the blade. Dr. Morales had warned them that the blood offering had to be made willingly, a sacrifice of pain and fear in exchange for the chance to confront the entity bound to the talisman. He glanced at Sophia, who nodded, her eyes filled with both encouragement and apprehension. With a quick, shallow cut, Juan drew blood from his palm, letting it drip onto the talisman. The moment the blood touched the relic, the air in the chapel grew colder, the candles flickering violently before extinguishing entirely. Darkness enveloped them, thick and suffocating, and the whispers they had heard before returned, now louder and more menacing. A figure began to materialize in front of the altar, its form shifting and writhing like smoke. It was humanoid but distorted, its features blurred and unnatural. The entity's presence was overwhelming, a suffocating wave of anger and sorrow that pressed down on them like a physical weight. "Who dares awaken me?" it hissed, its voice a chilling blend of multiple tones, some human, some otherworldly. Juan straightened, forcing himself to meet the entity's gaze. "I'm Juan, descendant of Alonso. I've come to break the curse you placed on my family." The entity laughed, a sound that echoed unnaturally in the chapel. "You think you can undo what was done?" The curse was meant to punish, to ensure that the greed of your ancestor would haunt your bloodline for eternity. You cannot break it. You can only suffer it. Sophia stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear etched on her face. "We're not here to beg for mercy. We're here to confront you, to face what was done and put an end to it." The entity's form solidified slightly, its glowing eyes narrowing. "Bold words for mortals, but words alone will not save you." Juan clenched his fists, his fear giving way to determination. "We're not afraid of you. We've faced the curse, the darkness, and we're still standing. We won't let you destroy us." For a moment, there was silence, the entity staring at them as if weighing their words. Then, it spoke again, its tone softer but no less menacing. "Very well. If you wish to break the curse, you must prove your strength. Face me, and if you survive, the curse will be lifted. But know this, I will not hold back." The entity surged forward, its form dissolving into a swirling mass of darkness. Juan and Sophia braced themselves, the battle for their lives and their future beginning in earnest. The entity surged toward them with a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the chapel. Juan and Sophia barely had time to react, diving in opposite directions as the darkness crashed against the altar, scattering debris across the floor. The candles, long extinguished, rolled away, their wax leaving slick trails in the dust. Juan scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he faced the swirling mass of shadows. The entity's form shifted constantly, its shape flickering between humanoid and something entirely alien. Its eyes, if they could even be called that, burned with a cold, malevolent light. Sophia stood a few feet away, her breathing heavy but steady, her eyes locked on the entity with a mixture of fear and determination. The entity lunged again, this time targeting Sophia. She twisted out of the way, narrowly avoiding its grasp, but the force of its movement sent her stumbling backward. Juan rushed forward, instinctively grabbing a broken piece of wood from the floor and swinging it at the entity. The makeshift weapon passed through the shadows harmlessly, disintegrating into splinters upon contact. "We need to focus," Sophia shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Dr. Morales said we have to weaken its connection to the talisman. Juan nodded, his mind racing. The talisman was still on the altar, its black surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. He darted toward it, but the entity moved to intercept him, its form coalescing into a solid clawed hand that swiped at him with terrifying speed. Juan ducked, feeling the rush of air as the claws missed him by inches. Sophia took advantage of the distraction, grabbing one of the fallen candles and hurling it at the entity. The candle passed through the shadows without effect, but the act drew the entity's attention. It turned toward her, its glowing eyes narrowing as it let out a low, guttural growl. Juan seized the opportunity, sprinting to the altar and grabbing the talisman. The moment his fingers closed around it, a searing pain shot through his hand, as if the relic itself was fighting back. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain, and held the talisman aloft. "Enough!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the chapel. "You've haunted my family long enough. It ends here." The entity froze, its form wavering as if torn between continuing its attack and responding to Juan's defiance. For a moment, there was silence, the air thick with tension. Then, the entity spoke, its voice a chilling blend of anger and something almost like curiosity. "You think courage alone will save you?" it hissed. "You think your pain equals the pain you caused?" "We're not responsible for Alonso's actions," Sophia said, stepping forward to stand beside Juan. "We're here to make things right, to end the cycle of punishment. Let it go." The entity let out a low, rumbling laugh, its form shifting again, this time taking on a more human shape, a shadowy figure that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. "You speak of cycles, yet you know nothing of the true nature of curses. They are not broken by words or bravery. They are broken by sacrifice." Juan tightened his grip on the talisman, the pain in his hand intensifying. "What kind of sacrifice?" The entity's glowing eyes fixed on him, its voice dropping to a whisper. "The curse was born of greed, of the taking of what was not yours. To break it, you must give something of equal value, something you cannot bear to lose." Sophia glanced at Juan, her expression filled with dread. They both knew what the entity was suggesting, but neither wanted to say it aloud. Juan took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "If that's what it takes, then I'll do it. I'll give whatever is necessary to end this." The entity's form shifted again, the shadows swirling around it as it let out a low, approving hum. Then the trial begins. The chapel seemed to blur around them, the walls dissolving into darkness as the entity's power enveloped them. Juan and Sophia found themselves standing in a void, the talisman glowing faintly in Juan's hand. The entity loomed before them, its voice echoing in the emptiness. "Prove your worth," it said. "Face your fear, and the curse will be lifted." The void began to shift, and Juan realized with a sinking heart what the entity meant. They were about to confront the very thing they had been running from the heart of the curse, and the shadows that had haunted his family for generations. The void around them solidified into a vision of the past, the chapel replaced by a scene of Alonso standing before Maria de las Sombras. The air was thick with tension, the same tension they had felt in the chapel, but amplified 100-fold. Juan and Sofia watched as Alonso reached out, greed etched into every line of his face, and snatched the talisman from Maria's grasp. Her eyes, filled with despair and rage, locked onto his, and in that moment, the curse was born. The scene shifted again, this time showing the aftermath of Alonso's betrayal. Maria was gone, her laughter echoing in the air as the talisman pulsed with dark energy. Juan's family tree began to unfold before their eyes, each generation marked by tragedy and loss. The curse was relentless, its grip unyielding, and Juan felt the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical force. The entity's voice echoed in the void, cold and unyielding. "You have seen the beginning. Now face the end." The vision dissolved, and Juan found himself standing in the chapel once more. But it was no longer the crumbling ruin they had entered. It was whole, its walls intact, the altar gleaming in the light of a dozen candles. The talisman sat at the center of the altar, its black surface shimmering with an unnatural light. Sofia was nowhere to be seen. Juan called out for her, his voice echoing in the empty chapel, but there was no response. The entity's voice returned, quieter now, almost thoughtful. "This is where it ends, Juan. The curse was born here, and here it must be broken. But you must choose. Will you give what is required, or will you falter?" Juan approached the altar, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what was being asked of him. The entity's words echoed in his mind, something you cannot bear to lose. His thoughts turned to Sofia, to his family, to everything he had fought so hard to protect. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the talisman. The entity's voice was a whisper now, urging him forward. "Take it. End the cycle." Juan hesitated, his mind racing. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was another trap, that the entity was manipulating him just as it had manipulated the curse. But he also knew that he had come too far to turn back. With a deep breath, he grasped the talisman, the pain in his hand flaring up once more. The chapel began to tremble, the walls cracking and crumbling as the entity's power surged. Juan felt a searing heat spread through his body, as if the talisman was drawing something vital from him. And then he saw her. Sofia appeared before him, her eyes filled with fear and determination. She stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Juan, don't. There has to be another way." The entity's voice was a low, menacing growl. "There is no other way. This is the price." Juan's grip on the talisman tightened, his resolve hardening. "Then I'll pay it." The chapel exploded into darkness, the walls dissolving as the void returned. The entity's form coalesced before him, its eyes burning with a cold, triumphant light. "You have chosen wisely," it said, its voice echoing in the emptiness. "The curse is broken." But Juan knew it wasn't that simple. He could feel the weight of the sacrifice he had made, the cost of breaking the curse. The entity began to dissolve, its form dissipating into the shadows, but its voice lingered, a final whisper in the void. "Remember the price, Juan. Remember what you have lost." The void faded, and Juan found himself standing in the chapel once more, the talisman shattered on the ground at his feet. The air was still, the oppressive weight of the curse gone, but the emptiness he felt was almost unbearable. Sofia appeared in the doorway, her face pale but unharmed. She ran to him, her eyes searching his. "Juan, what happened? Are you okay?" He nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's over. The curse is broken." But as they stood there, surrounded by the ruins of the chapel, Juan knew that the scars of the curse would remain, a reminder of the debt he had paid to free his family from its grasp. Reflections of evil. Laura had always been drawn to the past. There was something about the weight of history, the stories etched into forgotten objects, that fascinated her. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon when she stumbled upon the little antique shop. Tucked away in a narrow alley, the shop was easy to miss, its sign faded and swaying gently in the wind. Laura hesitated for a moment, the eerie atmosphere of the place giving her pause, but curiosity won out. She pushed the creaking door open and stepped inside. The shop was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of old wood and dust. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with trinkets, books, and furniture that seemed to have been untouched for decades. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with sunken eyes and a slow, deliberate way of moving, barely glanced at her as she entered. He was hunched over the counter, polishing a tarnished silver teapot, his movements mechanical and unhurried. Laura wandered through the narrow aisles, her fingers brushing against the surfaces of old clocks, porcelain dolls, and weathered picture frames. She paused at a particularly ornate mirror, its frame carved with intricate, twisting patterns. The designs were unsettling, almost like faces frozen in silent screams. The glass itself was slightly discolored, as if it had been tainted by time. For reasons she couldn't explain, Laura felt an inexplicable pull toward the mirror. It was as though it was calling to her, whispering her name in a voice she couldn't quite hear. She reached out to touch the frame, her fingers tracing the grooves of the carvings. The metal was cold, colder than it should have been, and she shivered as a strange sensation crept up her spine. "That's a rare piece," the shopkeeper said, his voice raspy and low. Laura jumped, startled by his sudden appearance beside her. She hadn't heard him approach. "It's been here for a long time," he continued, his eyes fixed on the mirror, waiting for the right person. Laura swallowed hard, unease prickling at the edges of her mind. "How much is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The shopkeeper named a price far lower than she expected. It was as if he wanted to be rid of it. Despite the growing sense of unease, Laura couldn't resist. She paid in cash, barely listening as the shopkeeper rambled about the mirror's history. All she remembered were his final words as she left the shop, "Be careful with it." Carrying the mirror home was no easy task. It was heavier than it looked, and the rain made the streets slippery. By the time she reached her apartment, she was soaked to the bone and exhausted. She propped the mirror against her living room wall to admire it. The way the light caught the carvings was mesmerizing, but the chill it emanated was impossible to ignore. That night, Laura couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the mirror, about the shop, about the shopkeeper's warning. Every time she closed her eyes, she imagined the carved faces on the frame moving, whispering, reaching out to her. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were filled with unsettling images. Shadows that moved on their own, reflections that didn't match reality, and the feeling of being watched. She woke up at 3 a.m., her heart racing. The apartment was silent, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock on her bedside table. She got up to get a glass of water, but as she passed the mirror, she froze. The glass seemed darker, almost opaque, and for a moment, she thought she saw something moving inside it. Laura shook her head, telling herself it was just her imagination, but the unease stayed with her. She covered the mirror with a sheet and returned to bed, tossing and turning until the sun rose. The next morning, she uncovered the mirror again, determined to shake off her fears. It was just an old mirror, after all. But as she stood in front of it, brushing her hair, she noticed something strange. Her reflection seemed off. The movements were delayed, just by a fraction of a second, and the expression on her face wasn't her own. Laura dropped the hairbrush, her breath catching in her throat. She stepped closer to the mirror, her heart pounding. Staring into her reflection, she whispered, "What are you?" The reflection tilted its head, as if considering the question, and then smiled a slow, deliberate smile that sent a shiver down Laura's spine. The strange incident with her reflection lingered in Laura's mind like a shadow she couldn't shake. She told herself it was a trick of the light, her imagination running wild after a restless night. But deep down, she knew there was something wrong with the mirror. It felt alive, as though it was watching her, waiting for something. She tried to ignore it, covering the mirror with a cloth when she wasn't using it, but the unease never fully went away. Days passed, and the mirror became a silent presence in her apartment. Laura avoided it as much as she could, but it was impossible to ignore entirely. Every time she walked past it, she felt a strange pull, as though it was begging her to look. She resisted, focusing on her work and trying to carry on with her life. But the mirror had other plans. One evening, while getting ready for bed, Laura finally gave in. She uncovered the mirror and stared into it, searching for any sign of the strange behavior she'd seen before. At first, everything seemed normal. Her reflection matched her movements perfectly, and she almost laughed at herself for being so paranoid. But then she noticed something: the room behind her in the reflection didn't quite match the real room. Her heart began to race as she looked closer. In the mirror, the walls of her room appeared darker, almost decaying, with cracks running through them like veins. The furniture was distorted, twisted into unnatural shapes, and the air seemed to shimmer as though filled with smoke. Laura turned around, expecting to see the same thing in her real room, but everything was perfectly normal. She turned back to the mirror, her hands trembling. Her reflection stared back at her, but now its eyes were different, darker, colder, filled with a malice that made Laura's stomach churn. She stepped back, but the reflection didn't move. It stayed where it was, its gaze locked on hers, and then it smiled. The smile was slow, deliberate, and utterly devoid of warmth. Laura stumbled away from the mirror, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She covered it with the cloth, her hands shaking so badly she could barely tie the knots. That night, she slept with the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of her old apartment building. She told herself it was just her imagination, but the fear stayed with her, gnawing at the edges of her mind. The next morning, Laura woke up feeling exhausted. She'd barely slept, her dreams filled with unsettling images of the mirror and the distorted version of her room. She tried to shake off the feeling, but it clung to her like a second skin. As she went about her day, she couldn't stop thinking about the mirror, about the way her reflection had looked at her, about the smile that wasn't hers. That evening, Laura decided to confront her fears. She uncovered the mirror and stood in front of it, her heart pounding in her chest. For a long moment, nothing happened. Her reflection was normal, and she began to relax. But then, just as she was about to step away, she saw a shadow moving behind her in the mirror. She spun around, but there was nothing there. Her room was empty, just as it should be. When she turned back to the mirror, the shadow was gone, but her reflection was different again. Its expression was blank, its eyes cold and empty. Laura felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, as though something was reaching out to her from the other side of the glass. She stumbled back, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She covered the mirror again, her hands trembling. That night, she slept on the couch, too afraid to go near the mirror. But even in the living room, she couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Every time she closed her eyes, she imagined the mirror, imagined the thing inside it, waiting for her. The next few days were a blur. Laura avoided the mirror as much as she could, but it was always there, a silent, menacing presence in her apartment. She tried to focus on her work, but it was impossible. Every time she walked past the mirror, she felt that same pull, that same sense of dread. The whispers started not long after. At first, they were faint, barely audible, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. But they grew louder, more insistent. Laura couldn't make out the words, but she could feel their intent. They were calling to her, luring her, trying to get her to look into the mirror again. She resisted, but every day it got harder. The whispers followed her everywhere, even when she left the apartment. One night, Laura couldn't take it anymore. She uncovered the mirror and stood in front of it, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, her reflection began to change. Its face twisted into a grotesque parody of her own, its eyes black and hollow. It reached out, its hand pressing against the glass as though trying to break through. Laura screamed and stumbled back, but the reflection didn't stop. It kept reaching, its lips moving as though it was trying to say something. Laura covered the mirror and ran out of the room, her heart racing. She knew she couldn't ignore it anymore. There was something in the mirror, something evil, and it was coming for her. The nightmares started the night after Laura's encounter with the mirror. At first, they were vague and disjointed, filled with shadowy figures and distorted landscapes. But as the days passed, they became more vivid, more terrifying. Every night, Laura found herself trapped in a world that mirrored her own, but twisted and wrong. The air was thick and heavy, the walls of her apartment decayed and crumbling, and the whispers from the mirror grew louder, more insistent. In one dream, Laura was standing in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection. But this time, her reflection reached out and grabbed her, pulling her into the glass. She struggled, but the reflection was stronger, its grip like iron. Laura screamed as she was dragged into the mirror, the world around her dissolving into darkness. She woke up drenched in sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. In another dream, Laura was walking through the streets of her neighborhood, but everything was eerily silent. The houses were abandoned, their windows broken and dark. The sky was a sickly yellow, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. She tried to call out, but no sound came from her throat. Suddenly, she felt a presence behind her. She turned around, but there was nothing there. The feeling of being watched followed her until she woke up, her entire body trembling. The most terrifying dream came a week after she bought the mirror. In this dream, Laura was back in her apartment, but it was different. The walls were covered in strange symbols, and the air was thick with smoke. The mirror was uncovered, its surface shimmering like liquid. Laura tried to turn away, but she couldn't move. Her reflection stepped out of the mirror, its eyes black and empty. It approached her slowly, its movements unnatural and jerky. Laura tried to scream, but her voice was gone. The reflection stopped inches away from her, its face twisted into a grotesque smile. It reached out and touched Laura's face, its fingers cold and lifeless. The touch sent a wave of nausea through her, and she felt something dark and heavy settle in her chest. The reflection leaned in close, its lips brushing against her ear as it whispered a single word, "Mine." Laura woke up screaming, her hands clawing at her face as though trying to remove the reflection's touch. After that, Laura couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she was pulled back into the nightmares. She tried to stay awake, but exhaustion eventually took over, and she would drift off, only to be dragged back into the twisted world of her dreams. The lack of sleep made her irritable and paranoid. She jumped at every sound, convinced that the thing in the mirror was watching her, waiting for her to let her guard down. One night, Laura decided to fight back. She sat in front of the mirror, her hands clenched into fists, and stared into its surface. The whispers started almost immediately, growing louder and more insistent. Laura ignored them, focusing on the reflection. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, her voice shaking but determined. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the reflection began to change. Its face twisted into a grotesque mask of anger, and its eyes burned with a malevolent light. "You," it hissed, its voice jagged and inhuman. "You belong to me." Laura stumbled back, her heart racing. The reflection lunged at the glass, its hands slamming against the surface as though trying to break through. Laura covered the mirror and ran out of the room, her entire body trembling. The nightmares continued, each one more terrifying than the last. Laura's sleep-deprived mind began to blur the line between dreams and reality. She would wake up unsure of whether she was still dreaming, the echoes of the whispers lingering in her ears. The mirror seemed to be feeding on her fear, its presence growing stronger with each passing day. Laura tried to get rid of the mirror, but every time she tried to move it, something stopped her. Her hands would freeze, her body refusing to obey her commands. It was as though the mirror had a hold on her, binding her to it in some way. She thought about smashing it, but the idea filled her with a paralyzing dread. What if breaking the mirror unleashed whatever was inside it? Desperate for answers, Laura turned to the internet. She spent hours researching haunted objects, possessed mirrors, and supernatural phenomena. She found stories of people who had experienced similar things, but none of them offered a solution. The more she read, the more hopeless she felt. The mirror seemed to be feeding on her despair, its presence growing stronger with every passing day. One night, after another terrifying dream, Laura decided to take drastic measures. She grabbed the mirror and carried it to the front door, determined to throw it out. But as she reached for the doorknob, the whispers grew louder, drowning out her thoughts. Her hands began to shake, and she felt a cold, heavy weight settle in her chest. The mirror slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. For a moment, Laura felt a surge of relief. But then she noticed something. The shards of the mirror were moving, crawling across the floor like insects. They began to reassemble, the glass knitting itself back together as though it had a life of its own. Laura watched in horror as the mirror reformed itself, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. The whispers stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then, from the depths of the mirror, a voice spoke. "You cannot escape me," it said, its tone cold and mocking. Laura stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. The mirror had won. After the mirror reformed itself, Laura felt a deep sense of hopelessness. She had tried to destroy it, but it was as though the thing inside was invincible. She knew she couldn't live like this, haunted by the nightmares and whispers, so she decided to try a different approach, finding out where the mirror came from. Perhaps understanding its history would give her a way to break free from its hold. The next morning, Laura took a photo of the mirror and went to the antique shop where she had bought it. The alley where the shop was located felt colder and darker than she remembered, as though it had absorbed the malevolence of the mirror. When she pushed the door open, a bell jingled faintly, but the shopkeeper wasn't at the counter. The air was thick with dust, and the silence was oppressive. Laura called out, her voice echoing through the empty space. There was no response. She wandered through the aisles, her eyes scanning the shelves for any sign of the shopkeeper, but the place seemed deserted. Frustrated, she turned to leave, but as she reached the door, she heard a faint creaking sound from the back of the shop. She hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to leave, but curiosity got the better of her. She followed the sound to a narrow doorway hidden behind a stack of old furniture. The door was slightly ajar, and a flickering light spilled from the crack. Laura pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was cramped and cluttered, filled with documents, ledgers, and boxes of unsorted items. The shopkeeper was sitting at a small desk, his back to her. Laura cleared her throat, and he turned around slowly. His eyes were hollow, his face pale, and he looked at her as though he didn't recognize her. "I bought this mirror from you," Laura said, holding up the photo. "I need to know where it came from." The shopkeeper stared at the photo for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he turned back to the desk and pulled out an old leather-bound ledger. He flipped through the pages, his fingers trembling, until he found what he was looking for. He handed her the ledger, pointing to an entry written in faded ink. Laura's heart skipped a beat as she read the words, "Mirror ornate frame, acquired from the Blackwood estate, 1973. She looked up at the shopkeeper, but he was already turning away, his movements slow and deliberate. It was clear he didn't want to talk. Laura left the shop with the ledger in hand, her mind racing. The Blackwood estate, she had heard the name before, but she couldn't remember where. When she got home, she opened her laptop and began searching. The results were chilling. The Blackwood estate had once been a sprawling mansion on the outskirts of town, but it had been abandoned for decades after the entire family disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The more Laura researched, the more disturbing the story became. The Blackwoods had been wealthy and influential, but they were also rumored to be involved in occult practices. Neighbors claimed to hear strange noises coming from the estate at night, and some even reported seeing shadowy figures in the windows. The family's disappearance was never solved, and the property had been left to decay. Laura found an old newspaper article from the 1970s that mentioned the antique shop. According to the article, many of the items from the Blackwood estate had been sold off after the family vanished. The mirror was likely one of them. Laura's stomach churned as she realized the mirror had been part of the estate's history, a history steeped in darkness and death. She decided to visit the Blackwood estate, hoping to find some clue that would help her. The drive to the property was eerie, the road winding through dense, overgrown woods. When she finally arrived, the sight of the mansion made her blood run cold. The once grand building was now a crumbling ruin, its windows broken and its walls covered in ivy. Laura stepped inside, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with dust, and the floor creaked under her weight. She explored the house room by room, her heart pounding with every step. She found nothing out of the ordinary until she reached the master bedroom. There on the wall was a dusty, empty space where a mirror had once hung. The shape of the frame was still visible, the wallpaper around it faded and discolored. Laura's breath caught in her throat as she realized this was where the mirror had been, where it had all started. As she stood there, staring at the empty space, she felt a sudden icy coldness sweep through the room. The whispers started again, louder than ever, filling her ears with a cacophony of voices. She turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind her. Laura's heart raced as she realized she wasn't alone. Something was in the room with her, something ancient and malevolent. Laura froze, her heart pounding as the whispers filled the room. The air grew colder, and she could see her breath forming small clouds in front of her. She turned in a slow circle, her flashlight trembling in her hand, but the room was empty. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their words almost intelligible. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. She pressed her back against the wall, her mind racing. The door was still shut, and no matter how hard she pushed or pulled, it wouldn't budge. Panic began to set in, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She looked around the room, searching for anything that could help her escape. Her eyes landed on the empty space where the mirror had once hung, and she felt a sudden, unexplainable dread. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. The coldness in the room intensified, and Laura's skin prickled with the sensation of being watched. She shone her flashlight around the room, but the beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Then, she noticed something. The wallpaper behind the empty space began to peel away, revealing strange symbols etched into the wall. Laura stepped closer, her fear momentarily overshadowed by curiosity. The symbols were intricate and unfamiliar, their patterns twisting and looping in ways that made her head ache. She reached out to touch one, but as soon as her fingers brushed the surface, a sharp pain shot through her hand. She pulled back, gasping, and saw that her fingertips were blackened, as though they had been burned. The whispers started again, louder this time, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din. Laura covered her ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside her head. She felt a sudden weight press down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. The symbols on the wall began to glow faintly, their light pulsing in time with the whispers. Laura stumbled back, her heart racing. She realized now that the mirror wasn't the source of the curse, it was just a piece of it. The real curse was tied to this house, to the Blackwood family, and to whatever they had done here. She needed to get out, to find a way to break the curse before it consumed her completely. With a surge of desperation, Laura threw herself against the door, using all her strength to try and force it open. It didn't budge. She turned back to the room, her flashlight beam catching on something she hadn't noticed before, a small, hidden compartment in the wall near the floor. She knelt down, her hands shaking as she pried it open. Inside the compartment was a dusty, leather-bound book. Laura pulled it out and opened it, her eyes scanning the handwritten pages. The words were faded and difficult to read, but she could make out enough to understand that it was a journal, the journal of Eleanor Blackwood, the matriarch of the family. As Laura flipped through the pages, she found entries detailing the family's descent into madness. Eleanor wrote about strange rituals, about the mirror and its connection to something ancient and powerful. She described the whispers, the nightmares, and the feeling of being watched. The final entry was the most chilling. The mirror is a gateway, and it has opened. We cannot close it. We cannot escape. It has claimed us all. Laura's hands trembled as she closed the journal. She felt a newfound sense of urgency. She needed to find a way to close the gateway, to break the curse before it was too late. She shoved the journal into her bag and turned back to the door, determined to get out of the house. As she reached for the doorknob, the whispers stopped again, replaced by a single chilling word, "Too late." Laura froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, and then the door creaked open on its own. She fled the room, her flashlight beam bouncing wildly as she ran down the hall. The whispers followed her, their voices echoing through the empty house. She didn't stop until she was outside, the cold night air hitting her like a slap. She collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. When she finally looked back at the house, she saw something that made her blood run cold. A face in one of the broken windows, pale and grotesque, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It smiled at her, and then it was gone. Laura didn't sleep that night. She sat on her couch, the journal open in her lap, poring over its pages in the dim light of a single lamp. The entries were filled with cryptic references to rituals and incantations, all aimed at appeasing or sealing the force behind the mirror. Eleanor Blackwood had tried to stop it, but it was clear she had failed. Laura's hands shook as she turned the pages, trying to piece together what had gone wrong. One passage stood out, a detailed description of a ritual involving the mirror, ancient symbols, and a sacrifice. Eleanor had written that the mirror was a conduit for something trapped between worlds, and the ritual was the only way to seal it. But she had hesitated, unable to complete the final step, and the result had been catastrophic. Laura's stomach churned as she read the words, her mind racing with conflicting emotions. Could she really do this? Did she have a choice? The next morning, Laura returned to the antique shop, determined to find more answers. The shopkeeper was there this time, his hollow eyes fixed on her as she approached. She slammed the journal down on the counter and demanded to know everything he knew about the mirror and the Blackwood family. At first, he said nothing, his expression unreadable. But then, with a sigh, he began to speak. He told her that the mirror had been part of the Blackwood family for generations, passed down as a relic of their occult practices. It was said to be a gateway to another realm, a place of darkness and chaos. The Blackwoods had used it to gain power, but they had underestimated what they were dealing with. The thing on the other side was not easily controlled, and it had turned on them, consuming them one by one. Laura felt a cold lump forming in her stomach as he spoke. The shopkeeper's voice was low and filled with regret, as though he had been carrying this burden for years. He admitted to selling the mirror to her out of fear, hoping it would take its curse elsewhere. But now, seeing her torn apart by its influence, he told her about a potential solution, a ritual that could seal the mirror once and for all. He described the ritual in detail, his words matching what Laura had read in the journal. It required the mirror to be taken back to the Blackwood estate, where the gateway had first opened. Symbols of protection had to be carved into the floor around it, and a binding incantation spoken. But there was a catch. The ritual would only work if the person performing it was willing to make a sacrifice to offer something of themselves to the other side. Laura left the shop with her mind reeling. Could she really go through with this? Could she sacrifice something or someone to seal the mirror and end the nightmare? The thought made her sick, but she knew she couldn't live like this anymore. She had to try. That afternoon, Laura gathered everything she would need: candles, chalk, and a knife. She returned to the Blackwood estate, her heart pounding with every step. The house loomed over her, its broken windows like eyes watching her approach. She felt a chill run down her spine as she stepped inside, the air thick with the weight of forgotten horrors. She found the room where the mirror had once hung and began setting up the ritual. She drew the symbols on the floor with careful precision, her hands trembling but determined. She placed the mirror in the center, its surface shimmering faintly as though it knew what was coming. The whispers started again, low and insidious, but Laura ignored them, focusing on the task at hand. When everything was ready, she lit the candles and began the incantation. Her voice was shaky at first, but it grew stronger as she spoke the ancient words. The air in the room grew heavier, the shadows shifting and twisting as though alive. The mirror began to glow, its surface rippling like water. Laura felt a cold wind sweep through the room, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. Then came the hardest part. She picked up the knife, her hands trembling, and pressed it to her palm. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "I offer this as sacrifice," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Take it, and let this end." She cut her palm, the pain sharp and immediate, and let the blood drip onto the mirror. The room erupted into chaos. The candles flickered wildly, their flames dancing in the darkness. The symbols on the floor began to glow, their light pulsing in time with the whispers. The mirror's surface churned, and Laura saw something moving inside it, a shadowy figure, its eyes burning with hatred. It reached out, its fingers brushing against the glass, and Laura felt a cold, heavy weight settle in her chest. She completed the incantation, her voice rising above the chaos. The mirror began to crack, its surface splintering as though under immense pressure. The shadowy figure screamed, its voice piercing and inhuman, and then the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. For a moment, there was silence. Laura collapsed to the floor, her hand bleeding and her head spinning. The room was still, the candles extinguished, and the symbols on the floor faded into nothingness. She looked at the shattered remains of the mirror and felt a surge of hope. Was it over? Laura sat on the floor of the Blackwood estate, staring at the shattered remains of the mirror. The room around her was eerily silent, the air heavy with the remnants of the ritual. She felt drained, both physically and emotionally, her hands still bleeding from the cut she had made. For the first time in weeks, the whispers were gone, and the oppressive weight of the mirror's presence had lifted. She allowed herself a moment of relief, her body trembling with exhaustion. But as she sat there, her mind began to race. Had the ritual worked? Was the mirror truly destroyed, or had she only temporarily banished the thing inside it? She looked at the shards of glass scattered across the floor, their edges glinting in the dim light. Something about them unsettled her. They seemed too still, too lifeless, as though they were waiting for the right moment to come back together. She gathered herself and stood up, her legs weak and unsteady. The journal and candles lay scattered around her, and she picked them up, shoving them into her bag. The symbols she had drawn on the floor were gone, erased as though they had never been there. The room felt empty, almost hollow, as though the house itself was holding its breath. Laura left the estate, the cold night air sharp against her skin. The drive home was a blur, her mind still processing what had happened. She kept glancing at her rearview mirror, half expecting to see something lurking in the back seat. But there was nothing, just the empty road behind her. When she finally reached her apartment, she felt a sense of safety for the first time in weeks. She cleaned and bandaged her hand, the cut still stinging. Her reflection in the bathroom mirror looked pale and worn, dark circles under her eyes. She avoided looking at it for too long, the memory of the black-eyed reflection still fresh in her mind. She turned off the light and went to bed, hoping that sleep would come easily now that the mirror was gone. But it didn't. As soon as Laura closed her eyes, she was pulled into another nightmare. She was back in the Blackwood estate, standing in the room where the mirror had shattered. The shards of glass were moving, crawling across the floor like insects, reforming into the mirror's ornate frame. The whispers started again, low and insidious, filling her ears with their chaotic din. She tried to run, but her feet were rooted to the spot. The mirror reformed itself, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. The shadowy figure appeared again, its eyes burning with hatred. It reached out, its fingers brushing against the glass, and Laura felt a cold, heavy weight settle in her chest. The figure smiled, its lips twisting into a grotesque grin, and whispered a single word, "Mine." Laura woke up screaming, her sheets tangled around her. Her hand was throbbing, the cut on her palm burning as though it had been reopened. She turned on the light, her heart pounding, and looked around the room. Everything was as she had left it, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face. When she looked in the mirror, she saw a faint shadow behind her, its shape barely visible in the dim light. She spun around, but there was nothing there. Her reflection looked back at her, its eyes wide with fear. The next day, Laura tried to convince herself that it was just a nightmare, that the ritual had worked and the mirror was gone. But as the hours passed, she began to notice strange things, little things. At first, like the feeling of being watched or the faint sound of whispers when no one was around. Then, more unsettling things started happening. Her phone would ring, but when she answered, there was only static on the line. Her reflection in the mirror would twitch or move when she wasn't looking. And then there were the shadows that seemed to move on their own, lingering at the edges of her vision. Laura felt a growing sense of dread, a sinking feeling that the ritual hadn't worked after all. That night, she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing. She thought about the journal, the ritual, and the sacrifice she had made. Had it been enough? Or had she only made things worse? The whispers started again, low and insidious, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din. Laura covered her ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside her head. She felt a sudden icy coldness sweep through the room, and then the shadows began to move. They coalesced into a single dark shape, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It stepped closer, its movements unnatural and jerky, and Laura realized with a sinking heart that the mirror hadn't been the source of the curse, it had only been the beginning. Laura stared at the shadowy figure, her breath caught in her throat. It loomed over her, its form shifting and twisting as though it were made of smoke. The room grew colder, the air thick with an oppressive weight that made it hard to move. The whispers were louder now, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din that filled her head. Laura tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure stepped closer, its burning eyes fixed on her. She could feel its presence pressing down on her, its touch like ice against her skin. It reached out with a clawed hand, its fingers brushing against her cheek, and she felt a surge of fear unlike anything she had ever known. The world around her seemed to fade, replaced by a swirling void of darkness and whispers. Laura closed her eyes, trying to block out the nightmare, but it was no use. The figure was inside her head, its voice echoing in her thoughts. "You cannot escape me," it said, its tone mocking and cruel. "You opened the gate, and now you belong to me." Laura felt tears streaming down her face, her body trembling with fear and despair. When she opened her eyes again, the figure was gone. The room was silent, the shadows still and lifeless. But she knew it wasn't over. The whispers lingered, low and insidious, and the coldness in the air remained. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom, her legs weak and unsteady. Her reflection in the mirror looked pale and hollow, her eyes haunted. She splashed water on her face, trying to shake the lingering fear, but it clung to her like a second skin. The cut on her palm throbbed, the pain sharp and insistent. She unwrapped the bandage and looked at the wound, her stomach churning. The edges of the cut were blackened, the skin around it mottled and bruised. It didn't look like it was healing, it looked like it was spreading. Laura bandaged her hand again, her mind racing. She needed to find a way to stop this, to break free from the shadow's grip. She thought about the journal and the ritual, about the sacrifice she had made. Had she done it wrong? Had she missed something? She needed answers, and she knew where to find them. She went back to the Blackwood estate, her heart pounding with every step. The house loomed over her, its broken windows like eyes watching her approach. She stepped inside, the air thick with dust and decay. The room where the mirror had shattered was just as she had left it, the shards of glass still scattered across the floor. Laura knelt down and began sifting through the shards, looking for anything that might help her. As she worked, she felt a cold wind sweep through the room, the whispers starting again. They were louder this time, more insistent, their words almost intelligible. She ignored them, focusing on the task at hand. Then, she found it a small, ornate key hidden among the shards. It was old and tarnished, its surface covered in intricate carvings. Laura held it up to the light, her heart racing. She didn't know what it unlocked, but she knew it was important. She searched the room for any sign of a lock or a hidden compartment, but there was nothing. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din. Laura felt a sudden icy coldness sweep through the room, and she knew the figure was back. She turned around, her heart pounding. The shadowy figure was standing in the doorway, its burning eyes fixed on her. It stepped closer, its movements unnatural and jerky, and Laura felt a surge of fear. She clutched the key tightly, her mind racing. She needed to find a way to use it to find the lock it belonged to before it was too late. The figure reached out, its clawed hand brushing against her cheek, and Laura felt a cold, heavy weight settle in her chest. The world around her began to fade, replaced by a swirling void of darkness and whispers. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the nightmare, but it was no use. The figure was inside her head, its voice echoing in her thoughts. "You cannot escape me," it said. You belong to me. Laura's mind raced as the shadowy figure loomed over her, its burning eyes piercing through the darkness. She clutched the key tightly, her fingers trembling, and forced herself to think. The key had to unlock something important, something that could stop this nightmare. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din, and the figure stepped closer, its clawed hand reaching for her. With a surge of desperation, Laura ducked past the figure and bolted out of the room. The hallway was dark and crumbling, the floorboards creaking beneath her feet. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew she had to find the lock that matched the key. The figure followed her, its movements unnatural and jerky, the sound of its footsteps echoing through the empty house. Laura ran down the stairs, her heart pounding in her chest. The air grew colder with every step, and the whispers seemed to close in around her. She reached the basement door, her hand hesitating on the knob. The basement was the one place she hadn't explored, the one place she had avoided out of fear. But she knew she didn't have a choice. She opened the door and stepped into the darkness, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and mildew. The stairs creaked as she descended, her flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. The basement was cluttered with old furniture and boxes, the walls lined with shelves filled with jars and trinkets. Laura's eyes scanned the room, looking for anything that might hold a lock. Then, she saw a door hidden behind a stack of crates, its surface covered in the same symbols she had seen in the journal. Her heart raced as she pushed the crates aside, the whispers growing louder with every second. The door was old and heavy, its surface cold to the touch. In the center was a keyhole, its shape matching the key she held. She slid the key into the lock, her hands trembling, and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a small, hidden chamber. Inside was a single wooden table, its surface covered in strange symbols and objects. Laura stepped inside, her flashlight beam illuminating the room. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and incense, and the walls were lined with shelves filled with jars and books. She approached the table, her eyes scanning the objects. There were candles, a knife, and a small, leather-bound book. Laura picked up the book, her heart racing. It was another journal, its pages filled with handwritten notes and diagrams. The words were faded and difficult to read, but she could make out enough to understand that it belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, the same woman who had written the first journal. Laura flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning the entries. Eleanor had written about the hidden chamber, about the objects within it, and about the final steps needed to seal the gateway. The ritual she had performed wasn't complete, it was only the first part. The true sealing required a second ritual, one that could only be performed in this chamber. But there was a cost, a price higher than the one Laura had already paid. The final step of the ritual involved a selfless act of sacrifice, one that would bind the gateway permanently. Laura felt a cold lump forming in her stomach as she read the words. Could she really do this? Could she give up something or someone to end the nightmare? The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din. Laura turned around, her heart pounding. The shadowy figure was standing in the doorway, its burning eyes fixed on her. It stepped closer, its movements unnatural and jerky, and Laura felt a surge of fear. She had to make a choice, and she had to make it now. She looked down at the journal, her hands trembling. The final ritual required her to offer something of herself, something that mattered deeply. She thought about her life, about the people she loved, and about the future she had been fighting for. The figure stepped closer, its clawed hand reaching for her, and Laura knew she didn't have a choice. She took a deep breath, her mind made up. She would perform the ritual no matter the cost. She lit the candles on the table, their flames flickering in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, their voices chaotic and insistent, and the figure stepped closer, its burning eyes filled with malice. Laura began the incantation, her voice shaky but determined. As she spoke the ancient words, the chamber grew colder, the air thick with an oppressive weight. The figure reached out, its clawed hand brushing against her cheek, and Laura felt a cold, heavy weight settle in her chest. She closed her eyes, focusing on the final step of the ritual. She would offer herself her life, her future to seal the gateway and end the curse. Laura's voice trembled as she continued the incantation, the words echoing through the hidden chamber. The candles flickered wildly, their flames casting long, twisting shadows on the walls. The air grew colder with every syllable, and the whispers swelled into a deafening roar. The shadowy figure loomed over her, its burning eyes filled with malice, its clawed hand reaching for her throat. Laura closed her eyes, focusing on the final step of the ritual. She had to offer something of herself, something that mattered deeply. It wasn't just a physical sacrifice, it was an emotional one. She thought about her family, her friends, and the life she had built. She thought about the future she had been fighting for and the dreams she had been holding on to. And then she thought about herself, her identity, her essence. That was the price. She would give up who she was to seal the gateway and end the curse. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke the final words of the incantation, her voice breaking with emotion. The chamber erupted into chaos. The candles' flames shot upward, their light blinding, and the air filled with the sound of rushing wind. The shadowy figure let out an ear-splitting scream, its form twisting and contorting as though it were being pulled apart. Laura felt a searing pain in her chest, as if something was being ripped away from her. She collapsed to the floor, her body convulsing with the force of the ritual. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping into a chaotic din, and then, suddenly, they stopped. The chamber fell silent, the air still and heavy. Laura lay on the floor, her vision blurred, her body weak and trembling. The shadowy figure was gone, its presence erased as though it had never existed. For a moment, there was nothing, just silence and darkness. Laura felt empty, as though a part of her had been taken. She struggled to sit up, her head spinning, and looked around the chamber. The candles were extinguished, their wax pooling on the table, and the objects that had been scattered across the surface were now still. The ritual had worked, the gateway was sealed. But at what cost? Laura reached up to touch her face, her fingers trembling. She felt different, as though something fundamental had been stripped away. Her memories were hazy, her thoughts fragmented, and the weight of what she had lost settled heavily on her chest. She had given up a part of herself, perhaps the most important part, to end the nightmare. She pulled herself to her feet, her legs weak and unsteady. The chamber was silent, the air thick with the scent of burnt candles and incense. She stumbled out of the room and up the basement stairs, her body aching with every step. The house was quiet, the oppressive weight of the curse finally lifted. Laura stepped outside, the cold night air sharp against her skin. The Blackwood estate loomed behind her, its broken windows like empty eyes watching her leave. Laura walked to her car, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. She had done it, she had ended the curse, but she wasn't sure if she had truly won. She had sacrificed a part of herself, and she wasn't sure if she would ever get it back. She drove home in silence, the road stretching out before her. Her apartment felt foreign when she arrived, as though it belonged to someone else. She sat on the couch, staring at the blank TV screen, her mind racing. Who was she now? What was left of her after the sacrifice? The questions haunted her, but there were no answers. Days passed, and Laura tried to pick up the pieces of her life. She went to work, she met with friends, she went through the motions of normalcy. But she felt like a ghost, a shadow of her former self. The memories of the curse lingered, a constant reminder of what she had lost. And yet, there was also a sense of relief. The whispers were gone, the shadows were still, and the mirror was destroyed. One evening, Laura found herself sitting by the window, staring out at the city lights. She thought about the ritual, the sacrifice, and the price she had paid. She thought about the shadowy figure and the whispers, and the darkness that had consumed her life. And then she thought about herself, the person she had been, and the person she was now. She wasn't sure if she had made the right choice, or if there had even been a choice to begin with. But she knew one thing: the curse was over. The nightmare had ended, and she had survived. That had to count for something. As the night stretched on, Laura made a decision. She would rebuild her life, piece by piece, and find a way to move forward. She had lost a part of herself, but she was still here, still alive, still fighting.